I'm still gonna give you guys a minute to come in, but I took a walk to the corner store for fresh air and an Arizona iced tea. Hashtag not sponsored. And I didn't want to drink it yet until I cracked it, so I'm gonna crack it for you guys, okay? Okay? Yeah! Cracking open a cold one with the boys, let's go! I know, I already got the music going. You'll have to forgive me. Uchuchuu! Boku wa Myobitan desu. Yoroshichu! Hi! I need to get my blush on a proper toggle. Because it's just activated with my smileys right now. Because, like... You can read the title. Yay! It's very difficult for me to indulge in yume art. Because that's a whole other person. Especially if it's like your oshi. That's like, there's a real person behind that, you know? Which isn't to say, like, I think other people who indulge in it are doing anything bad. I just think, me personally, I get more embarrassed thinking about that. Hi, Sven. So, but I follow some artists who've been some folks, some oomphs who thank you, who have been drawing some absolute bangers of yume art, and it makes me want to participate. It makes me want to participate as myself, Myobi, you know? Not just as a little, like, my impsona. I guess I could post it on the Discord, but I guess in Blue Sky too. Definitely not Twitter. Yeah, I don't know how to I feel like I should explain more. I should justify, but at the same time, I'm just like yeah. Despite how I usually act, it is actually very difficult for me to purposefully be embarrassing. Anytime I embarrass myself in front of you guys, it's an accident. What music's playing now? No, I'm gonna play a different song. Heard there was yume. Ah, Vina! Uchuchuu! I was just explaining, and I'm gonna try. But it's very hard for me to yume. Because I feel guilty. I mean, I guess that's part about being an idol or famous, is that People are gonna like you. Your job is to have people like you. But I don't know. I feel embarrassed. Like, how could I possibly think you would ever like someone like me, you know? Even admitting that feels embarrassing. I'll do my mouth later. Basics, 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 basics. Why are you blowing me up? Yeah. I don't have a thin. I have a round mouth. Like, I was working on a different one that was just for myself that I can't stream on Twitch, and but why? It's because it's kind of violent. Because I'm an Eldritch Horror, so you know, like, I like to indulge in the kind of eldritchness of these things, but gore kind of goes against TOS, and also I don't want. If this somehow does get back to him, I don't want to think. I don't want Mr. Man to think that I actually want to hurt him. I don't. That's artistic liberties. I have trisected that man in my other art. I can indulge in my eldritch behavior a little as treat. I'm gonna carry him princess style. You can tell I don't name my files. It's truly rah. Yeah. I'm the spookiest and scariest. And hi, Sven. Did you want to say hi? No? Did you want out? I don't know. He's so cute. Maybe I just won't save this VOD, and then I won't have the pressure of, like... I didn't know they made people as cute as him. Like, I thought people that cute were just, you know, were just ways to sell ultimate games. And like, people that cute aren't real. People that cute and silly and charming aren't real. I feel like exploding already. Like, people think, I don't know. I guess the concept of me is kind of strange. It's like, Myobi, you say ludicrous things all the time and make jokes and stuff. It's like, yeah, but the trick to that is you don't picture anything in your head. But when I have to draw or reference myself, then I have to picture me. You have already been exploded, now you're I got better, so I could explode again. And to be the one getting princess kick. Yeah. I want to carry him so bad. He's so precious. Nice. Yeah. It just, I don't know. I guess, particularly with men, I guess there seems to be this kind of concept. Now, I can't speak for him, obviously, because I don't know him. But a lot of times with men, there's this concept of like, oh, I can't be the one being carried, you know? It's not manly. Or you're like patronizing me. And I don't want to carry you because I think like you can't walk for yourself. Or I want to carry you because you're precious. You're something lovely and sweet in this world. It doesn't matter what your gender is or how old you are or what you look like, you know? You want to carry around the things that are precious. You want to feel like, you know, you're keeping them safe from the world in a little way. Not saying you can't keep yourself safe, but just, you know. Does that make sense? Should move those down a bit, the blushies. I'm guessing that makes sense. I don't know. I always feel bad, cause a lot of times in chat and stuff like that, there'll be times where I'll be like, do you want to take a break? Or I'll be like, oh, well, maybe this or that. And it probably comes across as being like parenting or like, oh, he can't do anything on his own. And that's not true at all. He's a grown ass man. It's just anytime he's upset or struggling or it feels like he has a lot to do, it feels like I wish I could like do those for you. But I can't, so I'm gonna recommend. Or, oh, you seem very upset, and that makes me upset. So do you want to take a break? Not because like I don't think you can't do it or you don't know yourself well, but I don't know. I carry you. Whatever. carry him on League. It's been too long since... I mean, if he needs a pocket healer on League, that was, like, what I was good at. But also, he uninstalled League, which is crazy. Who are you? It's fine, obviously. Hey, Uchuchuu! Welcome back! Hi! We're being cringe with Myobi today. Oh no, wait. What if I gave myself a cool hairstyle? Now it's over. Yeah, I was really surprised. I mean, of all the competitive games, I wasn't thinking, like, Overwatch. And I guess the vibes, I never felt like Overwatch. Nice strike, thank you. Whee! My flaps. And what if I had my long pieces, like, tied up in the back? It's similar to I was just... I guess so. I guess, the vibe is different, I guess. Not just aesthetically, but something about the gameplay. I don't know how to describe it. It's too long. His hair's not in his face that much. I do like that there's a little jetpack kitty. Like, that's apparently a new, addition. It's like, oh, finally! A character I can care about! If I became a pocket healer in Overwatch, would he play with me? Then I'd have to buy Overwatch. It is? Didn't you have to buy the first Overwatch? Oh no, if it's free. For nearly 2 years now? Valid. I really don't care about Overwatch. Besides, who would I even play with? Oops. Doji, but the new one is free to play. Wow, okay. Interesting. Interesting, change. I should have done, like, warm-up doodles. Community night? Okay, but how many of you would actually play with me? That's the question. Because a lot of times with community night stuff, it ends up being, you know, we just don't have enough people. Like team games and things like that, you know? I'll play it more upbeat song. My brain is like clicking around. I can download and play it, but I don't remember if it has crossplay. Oh, I didn't even consider that. I actually want to understand why I did stream censored. I mean, you should absolutely stream it if you want. I guess it really is going to come down to, do I find any enjoyment in it? Because I once tried Overwatch. Because a tenant that used to live here, left it behind after they moved out. I just popped it in. It gave me motion sickness. I just hit buttons, I won my beginner matches, and then I went, I'm done. Same here. There's only been like 2 games that have ever given me motion sickness. And they're not similar to each other at all. You can have substances that reduce your motion. Oh, okay. Just play VR. I mean, if VR does gyroscopic controls, that actually might be a viable option for me. I can, like, actually aim when I'm actually aiming, you know? But if it's controller or keyboard and mouse, I struggle. But, like, when I played Splatoon 2, I did pretty good as long as I was using gyroscopic controls, and apparently I'm a freak of nature for that. Impressed, thank you. Minecraft Bedrock is the only game that gives me motion. Really? Interesting. Yeah, I think the only games that have ever given me motion sickness are Overwatch and Tales of Xillia 2. No, not 2. The first one. 2 didn't give me motion sickness. There's something about how the camera is set naturally behind the character that I keep trying to adjust it. Like it makes me uncomfortable. Like something about the angle, so I'm always trying to adjust it, and I think that's what makes me motion sick. Still struggling with gyroscopic controls since my hands are... Oh, that's fair. That would definitely make it a lot more difficult, huh? Yeah, for some reason, my spatial reasoning and stuff like that, like, it's also how I did bow and arrow in Breath of the Wild, was gyroscopic controls. Like, I'm a pretty good shot, not to toot my own horn. I'm a pretty good shot. And, like, I can estimate distances and, like, drop off of projectiles very well with gyroscopic controls, but for some reason when it's, like, mouse and keyboard, I just can't seem to move correctly. And I think that makes me panic, so then I don't make good decisions. And controller is just is a no-go from the beginning. I cannot coordinate the sticks well enough. People are doing, yeah! I always appreciate games that give you, like, multiple ways to play. Like, a lot of games now have, one-handed control scheme options, which is very nice. More accessibility in video games! I don't know why I chose to do this pose, it's hard. How do I want to do this outfit? I want something frilly and kind of loose. Very romantic. I've always been using controller. I used to be better, but after last year of November, I haven't played competitive multiple games, so I might be rust. Like, I don't even play competitively, but even after I'm out of practice for games that I am quote-unquote good at, like, even just for a couple weeks, it's so noticeable. It's so whimsical, yeah. Despite the fact that I've been, like, a console gamer for most of my time here on Earth, until I became a VTuber, I just never got the hang of aiming, especially in first person with a controller. And I was put through the gauntlet a lot because my stupid stepbrother played almost exclusively Halo. You know? Halo, then Halo 2, then Halo 3. And if I wanted to do anything, and he would take the TV all the time, and if I wanted to play at all, I'd have to play with him on that. And it was better than being bored, but I really only did well with the energy sword, because that didn't require the same amount of aiming. I play games all the time, and so far I've gotten so good before in Call of Duty 1, started playing hardcore and pistol. Ooh! Hell yeah, way to go! I've never been good enough at a game to be competitive. I lack the calm, calculating aspect in the moment, even though I am very competitive. Halo's still fun with someone. It was better than doing nothing, but I have such like, hateful reaction to Halo now because of it. It's like, blah, 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 Halo, and I'm like, oh, cool, let me feed myself to fire ants. On PlayStation, I can't play. Hell yeah. I'm more of a... Well, I can't even say I'm more of a PlayStation person because I can't afford systems usually. It's usually like, we pitched in for Christmas gift, and I'm like, yippee! But it's really been... If I'm prioritizing a game system console, it tends to be Nintendo. Because for the longest time, I really could only do portable game consoles like the DS and Game Boy Advance. And I had an Xbox, you know? I have a PS2, and now I have a PS4. Well, I've had a PS4 now for a while. But, like, my Switch I bought with my own money. You used to have? Uh-oh, something happened. Yeah, I've always been a console gamer. My first game console, I think, was my Game Boy Color. But first, like, home console was the Nintendo 64. And then I really wanted an Xbox so I could play Blinks. And then later on, I got a GameCube so I could play more Sonic games, particularly Sonic Adventure 2. And then in high school, a friend of mine gave me their old PS2. And then we had a Wii for a while. I think that's still with my human mama, if she still has it. And then I mostly kept up to date on, like, handhelds. So I was like, oh, I got my Game Boy Color, and then I did my Game Boy Advance, and then I got a DS, and then B actually bought me my 3DS when we met in college, which was so sweet. And then I worked my hell job at Smoothie Hell, and I took on 2 other people's shifts, and that got me enough that I could afford a Switch and my rent. It is. It still works. The parts of my Switch from my little sister's broken Nintendo Switch, so I lost mine in order. Oh, that's so sweet of you. What a good big brother you are. I always wanted, when I first came to Earth, I was like, I want a big brother. They seem awesome. But I was an only child. And then I got a stepbrother who was older than me. And he sucked. I've been repairing consoles for nearly 3 years. Hell yeah! I wish I could send my Xbox to you. Be like, hey, like my Xbox eventually, like, hey, help. I want to play Blinks, and I can't emulate it, apparently. Suddenly a brother can be something else. A bastard? I don't know why I struggle drawing shoes so much. Weh. Itoki waku waku. Weh. Ugh, why has my nose been so itchy lately? Like, I got all snuggly in bed last night, but then my nose just kept itching, and I had to keep scratching, and even now. And I don't have allergies. That, like, kept me up for a little while. I was like, gosh, dang it! With the younger sisters, and 3 years ago I had a stepbrother as well, and well, I couldn't do everything all of a sudden before, but it was fun? Wait, I couldn't do everything all of a sudden before. Sigh. I think my brain's not working. I couldn't do everything all of a sudden before, but it was fun? I think I understand the spirit of those words, if not the words themselves. Yes, rub my brain, make it work. One more time. Brain scratch. Honestly, I need it. I suddenly had a brother as well, and he became my roommate, so I couldn't do every. Ah, okay. I feel like, especially having to share a room, that's really rough after not having to. That's hard. So I thank you for clarification. My brain was not working with me. Ah! Don't do the choo-choo! Brain not braining. Maybe too stiletto-y. Howdy. Hola, hola! We are taking it easy today. My lines are a mess. I'm clearly having trouble just drawing well. I might make this sketch and then do another sketch on top of it to try and fix it. I might do that now. Yeah, that's what I do, yeah. Gotta not be afraid to, like, start over or delete your art. I think I gotta make my pen smaller. I'm gonna have to repair a bunch of consoles and it's gonna be quite expensive. Oh no! Aw, Gamba! Good luck! Yeah, if I need things repaired, I'm out of luck. Like, and there's even downtown there's a place that does a lot of repairs for older consoles and stuff like that. Like they're an older game store. But I just it's expensive, you know? Because getting parts and whatnot and attacked by tweez. Sigh. Sorry, VOD people. to order the parts. PSC press went on a laptop, which is also 184. Honestly, not as much as I was expecting you to say. Still a lot. Still a lot. Hey, Uchuchuu! Hi. Yes, everybody come in. Witness me be cringe in person. Still a lot since I have a minimum wage job. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I have not a job. Just to even get a PS5 Pro. Hell yeah! Good on you, though! Good job! Like, I was just saying, like, the last big job I had was working at a terrible smoothie store, and that paid for my Switch, you know? Like, I get it. I definitely get it. I used to work a lot. I think people forget. I don't know, maybe because I just talk about being unemployed, and I've been unemployed now for a few years, that people just think I never have had a job. I've worked so many different jobs. I had to provide for my family for quite a while. So I get it, you know. I've had to work shitty minimum wage jobs. So, you know, if you've been able to save up for anything, that's wonderful. That's I'm glad. I'm glad you could get things. But also I get it when you can't like afford stuff. Like, absolutely. I know the value of $1, I guess is what I'm saying. Provide my family as well before I can get myself anything. That took me a year to get. I bet. Good job. I'm glad you could get something for yourself. Maybe I won't do the carry pose. Maybe I'll do something easier. Nice expressions. Thank you. I will hydrate. Thank you. I'm enjoying my Arizona 100% natural white tea with blueberry. Not sponsored. I just like Arizona iced tea. I hope you and your family are able to always take care, Harry. No, it's a lot of work helping your family. In any way, you know? Yep. Excuse me, goodness. Thank you. I mean, I'm not providing for my family anymore. Discord. I did the best I could for as long as I could. No, you know what? Finish one part first, then we'll focus on. I can still try and help out, particularly when my mom was in a pinch. But I'm gonna redo this. Now I'm just kind of taller than him for no reason, but honestly, if you, Bebel, if you could shrink a little bit, that'd be great. If you could be a little shorter. You know what a friend of mine did the other day? That surprised me and I was like laughing. Because they've been thinking about, like, dating, getting into the scene, which is fine. But they asked me to stand with, like, my chin resting on their head because I'm surprisingly the tallest in my friend group. And then they, like, asked, like, okay, well, how tall are you? And I'm like, 5'6". And they're like, okay, so I'll put that I'm looking for someone 5'6" or taller, but no shorter. I was like, wait, what? I was like, that's... Huh? Like, why are we using me? It's like, because you could put your chin on my head, so that's like the minimum height. And I was like, but what if you meet someone you like and they happen to be shorter than 5'6"? And they're like, then no. And I'm like, what? What do you mean no? Like, I get the idea of, like, maybe finding, like, a preference. Like, oh, you're particularly attracted to people who are taller or shorter. But, like, what if you met someone you really liked and they just happened to be short? Like, you would just... I don't think I understand people. You would just be like, no. Hey, can I ask how tall you are? 'Cause I'm not even that tall. I'm not short, but I'm just kind of average sized. I'm 5'6". But my friends are really short, so I'm the tallest in the group. I'm 5'6", 5'5". Yeah, we're the same height. If they're taller than me, they can rest their chin on my head. If they're shorter than me, then I can rest my chin on their head. Easy. Right? Like, every height has its perks, you know? But whenever I have friends who are like, yeah, I don't think I could date anyone, like, shorter than me, and I guess I just don't understand. I don't know. But I guess it also goes, anytime there is relationship anything I'm surprised about. Like, I saw this post a while ago, and I think I mentioned it back when I saw it, that it was, like, going around on VTuber Twitter. And it was saying, like, your Oshi probably has a significant other. More likely than not, blah, blah, blah. And it paused for a second, like, what? It's like, all the price, like, yeah, most VTubers, like, have, like, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. And I went, really? Wait, hold on. Back up a second. To be honest, it's their private life. I don't really care. Yeah! But I just had never really thought about that before. You know? Almost Oshi are in a relationship, so that's up to... Well, yeah. They have a Daki? Yeah, okay, that counts. My Daki Makura. Goofy. I guess it's just one of those things I didn't think of before. It's kind of like if you're like, oh, people within this many people within this age bracket are married, I would also probably be like, well, what was it? I can't remember who said it, but a friend was saying the other day that one of their friends, like same age, was saying how that they were pregnant and her reaction was not like congratulations. It was like, oh no, what are you gonna do? Like, no. This is not. Are two exes, a boy and a girl, and both were long distance relationships. I see. I can tell you the one time I've gone on a date, and I can tell you what year, and I can tell you what we did, because we went to see a movie, and it kind of made it iconic. Got taken up, good job, Beepsies. Thank you for coming. And it's because back in like high school, I figured, oh, this is what you're supposed to. You're supposed to go on dates and stuff, you know. Feelings will just come later, and they didn't, you know. I never had like a serious relationship, but it was 2009, and we saw the very first Avengers movie. It was like the day it premiered. I remember liking the movie. That's about all I could tell you. Need to change this. It is a good movie. I also feel like that was a very long time ago. I feel like even if I can't picture ever going on a date nowadays, but even if I did, I feel like I would perform doing a date badly. You know? I don't know how to describe that. I don't think I would be good at being a date. BC says my high school Frenched me during Tintin. I was like, what the hell? I'm watching a movie, girl? Not 2009. 2000. Oh, now I can't remember. 2012? 2011? Why did I say 2009? Maybe that's sign nature is healing. I'm forgetting. Why did I kept changing the post and now I'm just way tall. No way I was... You were 4 in 2009? I always forget. I mean, I'm older in time itself, but that doesn't mean that, like, time advancing doesn't still surprise me. Myobi is way tall. I'm so tall. I wish I was taller than Myoshi. Kabedan. ...2012. Okay, so I have my years all twisty turned. He's like... His cool factor is exponentially growing. Yeah. It's giving the lovers... Klimt! That's such a good painting. I didn't mean to make Bubble this short. It just happened. It was an accident! But also, if you could be a little shorter. Lovers would be a great thing to... I was thinking about making a Lovers one with... It would be Betel getting the kiss, and then it's like a bunch of battalions stacked on each other, who are the ones giving the kiss. I thought that would be really cute if I could recreate it like that. Okay, have a good nap, BB. I'll see you later. Oops, what's happening? Yes. Do it. Wait, that's okay. Right? It's a cute idea. I will have to try and do it at some point when I'm less busy. I've painted myself into my own nightmare. Still want blousey shirt. What do I want to be wearing? Yeah, I take especially pose like this is always a struggle for me too. My own OC. Yeah! Especially because I end up changing the pose midway, like this. It never stood a chance to come out right. Trying to bullshit some reason. Oh wait, you know what? I also... My tentacles. What if I made them like a heart shape? Yeah! Oh, that's porcelain maids! I just now realized that. That's the blockheads. Then, of course, I need to put the eyes on them. Man, what am I even gonna do with this once I'm quote-unquote done drawing it? My prime's up there for the battle clap must be on the tail end of it. Oh! Kim Petras! Let's go! Ooh! And I'm just... Ooh! I like my needlessly complicated outfits! Also, I can't believe he liked Lynetta. Which, I mean, Lynetta is cute in Sucker for Love, but also, is it because she's thick? She's not even thick, she's hourglass shaped, let's be real. Is it just because she's curvy? Is it just because she's curvy? You only like Eldritch Horrors if they have big boobs and hip? Jealous. No! I'm cultured. I like Eldritch Horrors when they look less like people. Like, I would not want boobs and hips and whatnot. No. Bro, that's a squid. Okay, but when she's actually a squid, she's really cute. Yeah, Lynetta, she's like the Cthulhu option in the dating game Sucker for Love. And when she's a little squiddy, she's really cute. Honestly, when the main character gets turned more squid-like, his tentacles are so cute. They're so cute. My ideal is being able to have boobs and not have them at will, but alas. From what I hear, that is a very common thought. I just wouldn't... I feel like if I was human, I wouldn't want boobs at all. Yeah. Lynetta's name is technically L''Neta. Lynetta. Like that. I don't know, whenever there's people who are like, oh yeah, I'm totally a monster fucker, and then like every monster that they're attracted to is really just a hyper curvy woman, but with like a non-human face. I'm like, you're the weakest. You're the weakest. This doesn't even count as monster fucking. Boobs are temporally? Wait, what? Sometimes people hear me out to make me... Honestly? It's like, and I don't have anything crazy for a hear me out, but I never claim to have it, like, you know? Because I at least know what a real hear me out looks like, you know? You know? Like, I at least know where I stand. I'm not gonna lie to people. Like, oh, hear me out, and it's Lady Dimitrescu. Not even like her like dragony tentacly form, but just her regularly. I'm like, that's not a hear me out, my guy. That's just a tall woman. They say that, would they be even interested in that Squid Man from Pirates of the Caribbean? Honestly, Davy Jones is cool. He's like, I guess monster fucker, but again, that's just a guy with a squid for a head. Lady D scary. She is scary, but I like her true form, which no one ever talked about, because I guess spoilers, but why is no one horny about that form? It's way cooler. When she's like a person, she's just a big lady. Which, it's great to be a big lady, but like, you could be like an eldritchy tentacle dragon? That's like way cooler. Bro, what? True. I thought I didn't have any big hear me outs, and then I realized Wheatley from Portal counts because he's just a yeah, I think that counts. He's got pants, but I wanted like a long train on. Yeah, I feel like if it's more respectable as a hear me out if they're not humanoid in any way. Cause like otherwise you're just that's not a hear me out. It's just your monkey brain seeing like S curves and being like, yes, please. It's weak. That's weak sauce. Like, oh, you like the xenomorph? That's fair enough. But then you're like, I only like the Fortnite xenomorph that's like caked up as fuck. Weak. Weak. Humans are weak. Humans are weak. I need to bring this tentacle out a little more. I think the only monster fucker I have any respect for is Shinri. Josuichi Shinri from How It Starts English. Because, yeah, it's like, oh, Ghost Girl, that's the most basic ones, but you hear him talk about other, like, entities and creatures, and like, oh, no, you're a real one. You're a real one. I hear me out as someone that a good chunk of people would heavily question. Yeah. Shinri's like the monster. No, I respect him. I don't match his freak, but I absolutely respect his freak. Like, I think the turning point for me of when it was just like, okay, so he likes ghost girls, that's not really that freaky, is when he was talking about, what was it? Eyeless Jack? I don't remember, but it was some creature that has the eye sockets, and he was saying how he wanted to put his eye in their eye socket and like roll his eyes around. Like that would feel good. I was like, I respect you. I respect you. I get what you're saying. I wouldn't, but I think I understand what you mean. I bet that would feel good. Nothing but respect for my freak president. You look so baby girl here. I feel like you can't even tell it's Bebble. I don't think I have any kind of hear me outs. Especially because I'm not, like... I'm not... Well, I guess you don't have to be horny for a hear me out character. It's more just like you find them attractive. But I feel like a lot of times it's gonna be like, okay, but would you sleep with them? And it's like, that's not the question. I wouldn't sleep with anybody. Counterpoint Bubble is... I mean, he's the people's princess. And I mean that with my whole heart. My beautiful wife! Trying to think. Because, like, even, like, characters I've had, like, crushes on? I would say... like, haven't been unconventional. Maybe not, like, the most obvious to a normal person, but definitely not... like, my big fat old crush on Shadow the Hedgehog. Like, that's not uncommon. But I guess it would be different, but it is not a hear me out. Like, we were talking about Old Man Dracula, from the 2026 movie. That's not a hear me out. That's just a hot old man. I think he's still loaded up on my OBS. That's just a hot old man. That's not a hear me out. trying to think. Do I have any sort of hear me outs? I don't think I do. I'm so sorry. I'm not as strong as the hear me out warriors out there. I would love to hear some of your guys' hear me outs if you have them. The strangest hear me out I've heard before was PlayStation Chan or Xbox Chan. Like, is that just like moe anthropomorphization or like Neptunia or did someone like? Because if they turned him into a cute anime girl, it's not even a hear me out anymore. It's just. RGZ95. What am I saying? A Rizel? What? It sounds like if I type that into Google, my computer's gonna explode. Hold on. I want to see what. I'm gonna copy your message and. Oh no! Oh come on. Eh, eh, eh. Copy. Okay, hold on. I gotta see. If my computer explodes, I'm gonna be real mad. It's a Gundam. Okay. Oh, is this blue guy? Okay. That's fine. Like, all Gundams look like Legos to me. Not a Gundam is a mobile suit? What? There's a difference? Also, you played Neptunia games? A little? I know more about them, more so than I've really played them much. A console with a hands and legs, but that's about it. Oh, we're getting some of the mushy songs, huh? His little antenna, like, they're not very pronounced in his model, but I always draw them a little more pronounced and, like, very vaguely heart-shaped. Gundams have face mobile suits. Oh, I didn't know that. See, I don't know enough about Gundam. Whew. I'm just making up bullshit outfits today. I'm not using any of my... Like I did with Valentine's Day, I'm not using any of my actual design principles. I'm just making shit up. Yeah, I think like a mobile suit would count as a hear me out, right? Like they are still humanoid-esque, but not like, but not so much so that it's like that's just a guy, you know? Also, what was it? I was watching. There's this YouTube person I follow. They've done tier lists of like their viewers hear me out, and like someone submitted like a dragon from some franchise. I don't remember what franchise, but it was a dragon. I'm like, okay, yeah, a lot of people like dragons kind of thing. But the reason that the person doing the tier lists had beef with it is like, well, how is that physically possible? How are you gonna possibly physically the dragon? And it's like, not the question. not what you asked. You're saying that it's not a valid hear me out because physically you can't picture it? That's never stopped anyone in the history of forever, as far as I've seen. Humanoid, but not as much as Dark. Oh gosh, yeah. Like, hear me outs should be physically impossible. Also, humans are stubborn. We'll figure it out somehow. Human beings are stubborn and creative. Should put, like, my 2 halos. Which, these are all design elements you guys don't really see in my day-to-day model. I don't know. It's you can't ask for hear me outs and then start putting like restrictions on, like, okay, but like weak. Wrong there. Okay. I've adjusted how I'm sitting, so my track is gonna be all funky, sorry. Because my iPad is just in my lap. Oh, it's not maybe a hear me out. But I thought she was very pretty. Trying to remember. It was an arcade game I played recently. It was House of the Dead Scarlet Moon? I think. But it was the High Priestess. I thought she was pretty. Funky songs, yeah. Let me see if I can find the High Priestess. Hold on. What is it? House of the... I think it's House of the Dead. Scarlet Dawn. Okay. High Priestess. Okay, the art of her is not as pretty, but like her 3D model. Yeah! Okay, hold on. No, it's a WebP! No! I don't want a WebP. Can I, like... Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna make this work. Converting it. I don't know. Either we're about to find out if you guys are... We're about to find out if you guys are similar in my tastes at all, or nar. I guess we also kind of find that out with, Dracula last time. Okay. I have to... I forgot it was all snipped. Okay, so this is a High Priestess from House of the Dead, Scarlet Dawn. Ah! She's pretty! It's really cool when her mouth opens, and it's all teeth. Her 3D model, I feel like, is better, because she has more, like, volume to her. Yo, what the hell is this? It's the High Priestess! She's squishy. She's cool. Yeah! And she's got, like, a mouth inside her mouth that's, like, teeth lined with teeth lined with teeth. And she opens up and goes, rah! And I'm like, rah! She looks like the floating head. Okay, but she's really big. Like, she could eat you in one bite. Ow. It's different. Yeah, she's pretty. Grave mine. I don't know what that is. But yeah, she's pretty. I would like to be friends with her. Which, does that count as a hear me out? Because I wouldn't want to sleep with her. I wouldn't want to sleep with anybody. I was gonna say, I want to pet her on the head, but I don't think I could be... Yeah, you would have to get a ladder. Be tiny AF. I mean, you guys are even... I'm not that big, but you guys are my stars. You're like 3 feet tall max. Guess maybe I could do a hear me out of like things I think are pretty or cute. Which, again, it doesn't really make it a hear me out, I suppose. But it's always one of those things of like when you have to think about it, you all of a sudden forget everything you've ever seen. It's like when someone asks like, oh, you can have the aux, what do you want to play? And I'm like, I've forgotten every song I've ever listened to. Oops. I think it may be because I'm an Eldritch Horror, but I'm predisposed to like things with lots of tentacles. I see myself in them. Because for those of you who have seen a snippet of my true form, rather than having a main body, I mostly have a mass of writhing tentacles. Oops. Teeth and tentacles. Very pretty. Very pretty. Teeth, tentacle, wings. Yes. These are good things. Cute and sharp teeth. Yeah! Like my teeth. Ow, 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 ow. The better to tear you apart with, my dear. All of a sudden, it feels like my hands aren't cooperating. That's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be made. And even then, it doesn't have to be made. This is self-indulgent. It stays here with the stars. Man. I wish I could play just dumb games with Bubble. Ah! Why? Self-indulgent art is so fun though, both to make and to see. Thank you. I always feel a little guilty. I don't even know what we would play together. Like, friend swap games are like the most obvious ones. But just playing anything with them would be so nice. I would try my very bestest in any game. And I hope he would let me just be pathetically enamored the whole time. Like, whatever you want, princess! We'll go play Repo? You can just sit in the van and I'll handle all of it if you want. Because even when I give him, like, compliments and stuff like that, honestly, it's self-interested. That's why I try and be a bit better about not doing it too much, because it's like, I get all excited and squiggly, and so I'm like, I need to tell you how cute you are! And that's for my own benefit, not his. I miss the friend swap games, but now I'm the only one that has physical copies, and my friends are switching over to digital copies. Oh. I was saying friend slop, so like Repo, Lethal Company. That's just like the turn of phrase people have been using for him. I miss sharing video games with people, though. Like, that's... sadness. Did I ever turn off my phone ringer? Has it been going off this whole time? Oh. It was. Damn it. Well, that's embarrassing. Also, it looks like Bebble's RP stream might be starting soon. I know some of you are gonna disappear soon then. Peek, yeah! Peek is another fun slop. That's for a little more time because the server is not open. That's fair. When I saw a schedule, that's part of why I put my time earlier. I feel bad I missed it yesterday because I thought like, oh, I'll watch it while in bed, but then I had a headache when I went to bed and I was like, I don't think I can watch anything. I like the Einstein. Hi there, Uchuchuu, welcome. Thank you. It matches the stars in my eyes. Wink, 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 wink. Welcome, by the way. 僕はMyobitanです。よろしちゅう。Do you guys have any weird... Because this is the human centipede song. Do you guys have any, like, movies that are your favorite that you know that are, like, are strange to have as a favorite? Like a Hear Me Out, but for movie. I'm trying to think if I have one. There's a good clip of 40 minutes of Bebel and the other lawyer's shades if you want a nice summary of day. Oh, that would be wonderful! Killer Clowns That's a classic, isn't it? I've actually never seen it, but, like, I know it's, like, a cult classic. I mean, I guess some of my favorite movies are really ridiculous. So I guess it would count. And, like, some of it has aged well because they're older ones. But, like, Sharks of the Corn is a favorite of mine. Which is available, I think, on Prime, and it's bad. And Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter is also a favorite of mine. I can't read? Okay, I'll have to give it a look. Thank you. I also like bad movies. Which Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter is like it's self-aware. So in a way it's not a bad movie, but it's like purposefully trying to be kind of a bad B movie. Kind of like Velocipaster. Any horror movies, so I have low standards for horror? I'm an Eldritch Horror, but being existing like in the perspective of a person, like in 3 dimensions like this, has made horror movies way scarier. It's like, how do I compare it? If you looked at a bunch of ants, you know, you wouldn't be scared of an individual ant, you know? But if you were the size of an ant, all of a sudden those ants would be really scary, right? Dead or Alive movie? I've heard of them. I heard they weren't very good, but I mean, maybe that's why it's a Hear Me Out movie. Maybe Austin Land? It's not a bad movie, but it's kind of silly and aged a little bit poorly in some regards. It's just a fave for me and my friends, though. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Forgot I had my wallet in my pocket still. I don't think I've ever heard of Austin Land. I might have to look into it. I'm not surprised. LOL, that's fair. I mean, I said Sharks of the Corn. I think only me and, like, the few friends I told about have seen it. Wait. What? It's based off a book that is way better, as a lot of movies based on books tend to be. But it's about a lady obsessed with Jane Austen novels who goes to a resort kind of thing, where one RP is Austen heroines, kind of, with hot men playing. That sounds fun! What? Silly Saiyan has a cute romance. Also, Jennifer Coolidge. Jennifer Coolidge! That's actually an actress I know. She's fun. She's delightful. Is incredible as always. Hell yeah! I have to check that out. That sounds really fun. I wonder if I should just paint my tentacles so I don't have to worry about doing line art for them. But then the eyes might be better to do some line art. Thinking. Might have to do a quick, be right back soon. I always wonder, because something I always love, like, looking at art is seeing all these little details that people put in, or little, like, personal touches. And I always wonder, like, because there's lots of times with, like, artwork I've done of my Oshi, I've put, like, my own personal little, touch into it, or, like, I put these little things that maybe people don't realize. But I do wonder if, like, sometimes people, like, actually notice, like, oh, and then there's, oh. Like, I almost want to review some of my own art with you guys to talk about some of the stuff of, like, I don't know if you noticed this, but, like, the best battle piece I did, I still think is the one August 19th one I did, where he's dead. And all the battalion are around him, like, taking all the flowers out of his chest. But there's, like, lots of little stuff in that I don't know if people have ever, if people noticed. Meow. I don't know. I guess it's kind of like, I wanted to talk about, like, behind the scenes in a way of, like, my own art. Guys, always so pretty. Thank you! It's okay for that, Chester. It seems like most of us are. He's just too cute. Thank you for thinking my art is so pretty. That makes me very happy. I work hard. And that's not to, like, discredit my work, but I always feel like my art's kind of generic looking, I guess. Like, there's not really something about it that's, like, memorable, and I worry that, like, it doesn't come across as very pretty because of that, you know, because it's very forgettable. But also, like, well, I started drawing Battle, I've learned a lot because I've just had, like, lots of ideas that I've had to learn how to draw new things or new angles or new coloring techniques to learn. I like, you're like, oh, you know my Lake Roger Train Battle! Whoa! Thank you, E harder. Thank you so much. That's like a deep cut one. Like, I know he used it for a thumbnail, but, like, that VOD had to get deleted. First time seeing your art is really, thank you. So, E harder, you're probably oomph or a jesty. Interesting. I don't know. He inspires me to learn new stuff. Like, I'm recognized usually for, like, oh, roses! Myobian roses! That's like Myobi's thing. Do you know how many types of flowers I could draw before drawing, like, roses and whatnot for Battle? None. None. I knew how to draw 0 flowers. That was just sheer willpower of, like, this man feels like he should have a bajillion flowers around him. It's time to learn! I'm so glad I stumbled across your cute cat. Thank you! You're one of the first battalion I followed. Really? Does that mean you're getting involved with V2, a fan of stuff and draw? I'm so happy and honored to hear that! What the frick? I want to be making more comics. I have, like, some sketched up, but, like, stuff just keeps happening that I have to keep putting them on the back burner. That makes me so happy! I'm glad you like them so much. I'm glad everyone has liked them so much. They were received so well because, like, they're definitely my humor, but also very self-indulgent. Like, I'm in them a lot. So I really didn't think, like, people would be, like, super into them. But, like, no, all of them have been received really well, and it makes me really happy. Ray, that's so sweet. Thank you for telling me that. Makes me really happy. I love seeing everybody's art. Both, like, obviously battalion art, love it, but any other art, like, when you guys show me art you draw of me, or just something you drew, and you post it on Discord, it makes me so happy. I love seeing what you create. There's something so personal about art, and no matter what kind of art that is, that, like, seeing your hard work you put into it, and seeing what you created, it feels, I don't know, it's special. It's like a way to communicate without having to use words, you know? So it feels like I get to know you better. It doesn't matter, like, if you think you're good at it or not. If you took the time to create something, you put a bit of your heart out in the world in some way. And I appreciate that, you know? You took the time to do that. That already speaks volumes about, like, your heart, you know? It's why I started learning how to draw, is because, like, I was too shy to talk to people for the longest time, but I had lots of ideas and lots of stories, and if I was having trouble communicating them, well, maybe it'd be easier if I could at least draw it, you know? Maybe people could understand me a bit better if I could draw my feelings, or draw the things I love, you know? And I think all art kind of stems from that. No matter what kind of art it is that someone does, you know? You're communicating with the world, a part of you. And that's very precious. That's so important. And, like, one of those cool person I follow that I want to be such draw like for really? Really? You go cry. It's so sweet. One of the best things for me was getting to a point where I look at other people's art inspires me instead of making me jealous and just, yeah. I mean, I feel bad. I go back and forth because there's days when I have lower self-esteem about my art, so sometimes seeing people's stuff, I'm like, but there's other times where I see it and I'm like, oh, that gives me a great idea. Oh, they did it like this. What? What is this? It's like Ghostbusters, but it just says bustin' and the tempo's different. I used to be good at drawings when I was in school, but I haven't drawn much since I started repairing devices. That's fair, you know. You're doing something else with your hands that requires a lot of energy. I try more digital art, but I get lost in all the settings. No, absolutely. Like, there's a reason. What I use is Metabang Paint. That's this program. Even though it's like, oh, Clip Studio Paint has so many options and tools and things like that, and I understand the appeal and, like, it makes things easier. But when I see the Clip Studio layout, it feels like you're asking me to pilot a rocket ship. I get so overwhelmed by it. And, like, all these different brushes with these different textures. And I'm like, I just need a round brush. I need something like a pencil. So you guys do know this. I think this is, like, the first time I've heard this version. Autoplay has decided to gift us something. But before I used Metabang Paint this, because it's a much easier layout for me. Because, like, the brushes are very simple to understand. You know? There's fewer of them, which helps. Like, you could add more, but I don't need more. And then just, like, the buttons are basic, but then they also has, like, some ruler options, which makes it nice. So, like, oh, I need to draw a perfect circle. I need to draw, like, a perfectly straight line. So I would say if you ever want to make the transition to digital, I would say Metabang Paint or Paint Tool Sai. As someone who exclusively only used traditional, like, pencil and colored pencil and pen before, I thought those, for me at least, were the easiest for my brain to transfer over to. Like, things like Procreate people love, but again, it's all these very textured material brushes. So it's like, oh, this simulates like real acrylic paint. And I'm like, I don't know how to use this. That's very cool. I don't know how to make best use of this. I used to use Fire Alpaca back in the day. Yeah, I don't have Paint Tool Saya anymore because I don't know if it's even available on iPad. And iPad's really the most comfortable way for me to draw now. But I used Fire Alpaca a lot, especially, funnily enough, when I was in college. I always feel like a lot of times my sketches turn out nicer than like my finalized drawings, like whether it's with like pencils or even sketches digitally. I guess more my implied lines tend to look better than my clean lines, but Mimokawa, nice try. That's an interesting choice. What was I about to say? It's really nice technology nowadays that it's so much easier to scan drawings. So for a while, I was able to do that, and like even if you scan like a black and white drawing, if you use that as a multiply layer, or like you make a color layer that's on multiply, then you can still color it digitally and clean it up nicely. I was just like, that's just so nice. That's wonderful. So guess what? To Metabang because it felt like Fire Alpaca, but in dark mode. Use pencils, pen, and paper. Devices are very expensive here, and ordering is also very... I mean, devices are expensive everywhere. 3 of my friends got together, pooled their money together to buy me an iPad when my drawing tablet finally bit the dust. Which it served me for a very long time. Like, 10 years almost. Maybe even a little more. But they all got together to get me an iPad and the pencil, which has also saved me a lot of back pain. Because the most comfortable ways for me to draw aren't sustainable unless, like, I can sit funny. And when you have, like, a drawing tablet and how you have to look up away from it, like, it's easier if it's something I could sit in my lap and look at, because then I can sit comfortably. Even though to everyone else I'd probably look like a shwimp. But that was a big game changer for me, because now I could do finished illustrations like wherever. Like I could be on the couch doing that now, and I could also draw for longer because I'm not in such a position where my upper back or my neck are getting cramped up. Like drawing, yeah. Sometimes, like, even if you set aside, like, the day to draw, sometimes it's when you're in bed and you just are drawing for funsies, like, you make, like, the best stuff then. I don't know why. Also, cilantro, Uchuchuu, I will stretch. Like, I know some of my big battle pieces I conceived of and, like, sketched out while I was, like, sitting in bed, like, late at night, watching something. Like, oh, I'm not really ready to go to sleep. And then blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, I made something great. Oops. I even picked up digital painting again. Something I didn't really do a lot, because I like the structure of line art and, like, how I do details. So, like, digital painting doesn't involve that. But there was one time I was like, in bed. I had brushed my teeth and everything, but I still had my iPad. I'm like, I'll go to draw for a bit. And I ended up doing a really nice digital painting in 2 hours. And even when I woke up the next day, I'm like, what possessed me? The spirit of nighttime drawing possessed me. 10 to 20 hours, but it would actually be 60, $100. Ooh, that's steep. I really don't like the shipping cost. I'm so sorry. That sucks. You better, yeah. We're being cringe. It's not battle, but the two of you. The one where the goodbye one for him? The one I drew for it? Because, like, I'm glad you like that. I ended up running out of time to work on it, so I feel like I had to cut corners with the rendering. The spirit of nighttime drug is flee. Yes! Oh, that's a tangent. I'm glad I could get something done before Tubert had his quote-unquote funeral. No. I appreciate both the Bettel brothers a lot. Not just because, like, they make me smile, you know, but also because I talk a lot, even in chat. It's impossible for me to shut the fuck up. Unless I'm put on the spot, then all of a sudden I don't remember any words. But they've always been really nice to me, and they'll play along with me. And, like, yeah, that's, like, part of their job, but also, like, not everyone does that, you know? And I really appreciate it. The fact that they remember who I am is, like, such an honor. They're both real cool dudes. They feel very yeah. I always feel a little bad because every so often, because Tubert has a more dry delivery about how he talks, which isn't bad at all. Like, he has, like, more of the monotone, which is its own appeal, but when you don't have, like, body language or facial expressions to really go along with that, you know? Because he didn't have a moving VTuber model until, like, right before he left. But it makes it a bit harder to understand sometimes when he's being facetious or sarcastic, and other times when it's like, oh, maybe I'm actually, like, upsetting him. But he's always been pretty gentle with me. I think he saw that I'm a very nervous creature, so I really appreciate it. It's good to be talked to. Thank you. If I'm put on the spot, like, hey, just talk to me, talk about anything, all of a sudden I shut down. Like, I can't remember anything. But if I'm just left to my own devices or start talking about something I like, then I just can't shut up. Tubert, yeah, Tubes. His twin brother, who will never be appearing on streams again, but that's okay. I don't know. I think it's something also about both of them. I mean, particularly Bettel, but this also extends to Bettel too. That, I mean, this happens a lot with, like, stuff I watch that's, like, more casual. So I'm setting my stuff down so I can, like, collect my thoughts. So, like, a lot of times with, like, streams or Let's Plays, or things like that, particularly when, you know, the thing is the people just kind of talking, or talking about their life, their stories, or things like that, I get really excitable. And, like, I know I can't talk to them, you know? Like, we can't have a conversation. But so, like, sometimes they'll say something, I'm like, oh, I have an opinion about that, or oh, I know about that. And I get really excited, like, oh, but I want to talk to you. I want to say, I'll talk to my TV screen. And I know it's stupid and crazy, but I do that, like, every time during stream. And sometimes I get so excitable about, like, stuff, which it could be the most basic of things, like, just talking about, like, a movie you saw, but, like, I have an opinion too. I get so excitable, but, like, I can't have, like, a one-on-one conversation. I have to actually, like, get up and walk away and walk around a bit, because I'm just like, ah! I also have an opinion! You're an inherently interesting person, and I want to hear your opinion, and I want to share my opinion and talk to you. But I can't, so I am going to go crazy now. Kind of wish I'd drawn and posted more too. Me too, honestly. But then again, I don't think I could ever surpass Barbie Diamond Castle Dog's Rotosk. That was so good! Heard this one ever? It is by, the artist is Ken Ashcorp, and it's called Absolute Territory. Ross Ghosty! Uchuchuu! Shake knife. Me too, Lavelle. Especially if I'm feeling anxious about typing in chat. I just talk to the... Yeah! I think I end up finally... And I think if you're looking for me, you'll see that I type a lot in chat. And that's me cutting back on the amount I'm talking to the screen. I worry that it makes me very annoying or like attention-seeking. I'm just excitable. I hope I never I'm disturbing anyone. I try and be better. I try to like, no problem. That's an older one at this point, but yeah, there's a lot of good Ken Ashcorp songs that, you know, got some traction on the internet. I'm also a heavy chatter most of the time. Yeah. I'm sure streamers are happy to see people be active. I know I am. I'm always really happy to see you guys chit-chatting with me. Not to pressure you guys to feel like you have to or anything like that. Like, if you never want to chat, that's absolutely fine. We love our lurkers, we love our VOD watchers. But I'm always happy to see you guys chit-chatting or playing with me. I really like it when you guys play along with me when I'm being silly. You know, it makes me feel like we're playing toys together. First, I'm always happy to see you chat. I go, it's Myobi! Oh! Ah! Why am I getting blown up? That's so sweet! Honestly, whenever I feel like, hi Myobi, I'm like... I kick my little space feet. I get all excitable. I'm like, oh! People remember me! I feel pressured all the time. Well, stop! Stop feeling pressured! You know, has me at gunpoint. What type of gun? What kind of gun do I have, Dogtooth? I feel bad when I have a moment of clarity and see my last, like, 10 messages. No! I do that, too! I go... I should've known better. I'm... an absolute... Aww! Oh, hot to go. You mean that? Thank you! I try to keep in mind, you know, the etiquette of chat rooms and things like that, obviously, and just other people. But I always get worried because like I said, I'm really excitable, and so sometimes my actions run away with me faster than my logic. And I've screwed up a few times because of that, and I've apologized, and I think I've been better. But I always feel really bad. It's like, oh, I should know better. And it's like, I do. It's just, I was so in the moment that I just became a nuisance. The trank gun riding ass. Thump. Hey, if it's the trank gun, you don't have to worry. You can stand perfectly still. I'll miss. Hot dog. You can take me, hot dog. Honestly, you're already one of my personal favorite Oh, thank you. You guys just say the sweetest things to me today. Holy crap. I'm very honored. I try to be a good VTuber. I try to be the best Myobi I can be. I don't always do it. But I'm always trying to be the best Myobi I can be. Because it matters a lot to me. And being able to let people and make people smile means a lot to me. ADD meds somehow make me more talkative, and over the last year or so, it's evolved to me not shutting up in chat. You're so valid. they have me on new medicine for my ADHD, also known as my space brain. Let me hydrate. Woo. And it's really interesting because it makes things like, say my brain is a internet browser window. Naturally, it has like 54 tabs open. So, you know, everything runs kind of slower, doesn't work as well. There's so much background stuff happening. But with medicine, there's only like 6 tabs open. And I'm able to focus more. And there's a lot of people who are like, oh, but I didn't like how I felt. Like, I felt like a different person. And I'm on a very light dosage. But I still feel like me. It just feels like there's less clutter. And you can tell that I still get sidetracked. My brain still goes away. But honestly, actually being properly medicated for once in my life. Speaking of Gabby Babby, here's a song. Being properly medicated for once in my life has made a big difference. It reminds me of marshmallows. I want to thank you. That was part of the inspiration for me. Marshmallows. Gummy worms were the big inspiration if you talk to my art mama Beepsies. She put a lot of work and thought into my design. And I'm really glad I trusted her with it, because I was struggling. Marshmallows, exactly. I was really struggling to think of like a design or concept that I would be able to stick with. Because I don't know myself very well. I know you hear that a lot from people in general, but like, I can point out everything good and little idiosyncrasies of everybody else because I'm always watching, you know? But if I try and turn that lens on myself, I can't see anything. But so I was getting really stuck, and I went to Beepsies. I'm like, I'm gonna trust you on this because you see me as a third person view. So help give me a form that feels like me, and she did. And I'm the cutest, bestest, and squishy softest. Yeah. It's always interesting how people react to meds. Yeah! Like how different brands types are better for different people. How me and my siblings have vastly different dosages for the same things. Yeah! Growly Rockstar Bebble is so good. Myobitan, thank you. Thank you. That makes me happy. Compliments can get you everywhere. Don't let the meds ever tell you different. I think there's times where I'm like, I feel insecure about being cute. Which is not to say anything about you guys. I mean, like, out and about. Because I feel like a lot of people IRL see me and they hear my voice and they think I'm cute, but that also comes with the idea that they think, like, I'm stupid or not mature or that I can't do things on my own. And it's like, I try not to let it give me a complex, but I'm like, damn it, I wish I could be a bit cooler, because maybe then people would, like, respect me? I wish my voice was different. I wish maybe I gesticulated different. But I think it really comes down to when I do have my moments of being cool, or people realizing I'm more than childishness and things like that, it's because they got to know me. And so people who think less of me just based on what I sound like and stuff like that, or because they think I'm cute, that's their problem, and I gotta not internalize that. But it does make for some fun stuff of the juxtaposition about, like, talking about some of my life experience to people who don't know, who are then like, what? Killing strangers during a karaoke for the first time, I like blue screen. When I heard him sing Wicked Game by Stone Sour, I felt like I was gonna faint. I like your voice, thank you. It's true that some people do use cute in a way to imply childishness, but the way I like to use it means you're very charming and easy. That's how I use it too! We are of the same brain. I'd say your voice is soothing somehow. Both you and Small has soothing. Thank you. I'm glad. I was also hearing that from my friends, and they're saying, like, that the way that I speak is soothing. And just, like, naturally, like, they want to pay attention. And I was trying to ask for clarification. It's like, they said, like, something about, like, my word choice. Which now I've been... Or I just, like, the rhythm of how I speak is pleasant. Now I've just tried to, like, pay attention more to that. But I'm glad that there's something like that people like so much. Speaking voice is very... Thank you! I think... part of the juxtaposition that always makes me happy is, like, for people who never heard my voice before, but who have seen how I write. Like, either in messages or, like, Twitter or things like that. I always gotta ask, because I'm curious of, like, did you think I would sound like this? Because, you know, you kind of give everybody some sort of voice in your head when you read what they write. Because, like, every writing style has a voice to it, you know? And I think it's fun when people are like, no, actually not at all. It's always fun to hear someone's voice. Yeah! You know, in my head, under actually, you'll find that in episode 214 of season 3. Actually, let me be more... Actually, you'll find in issue 115 in the artist section with Patrick Spaziante when he was showcasing some of the Myobitan robot forms that were going to be used in a later chapter, about 100 issues later, that these were preconceived far beyond when the Genesis happened, and... I mean, I don't know, guys. I still very much sound like a nerd, I think. Most people online have just variations of my own voice, unless I already know their voice. Yeah, it's interesting that... I don't know how to describe it, but a lot of times when I read people's... Like, they'll have different, like, rhythms, but usually the pitch and tone is more... is closer to how my voice sounds in my head, which... How my voice sounds to me versus, like, how it sounds on a recording, wildly different. Like, different people might as well be. Oh, gee, what a nerd. I think just because I have more curiosity, because people have, in recent years, have, like, said that I have a very distinct way of, talking when I type, like, in messages, that it's made me so curious as to, like, what they must think I sound like, because it's hard for me to see myself, so I can look at how I write things, and I'm like, I write like everybody else. I don't think I stand out that much. But they're like, no, we can always tell it's you, Myobi. And I'm like... Your type is very lovely. You're like, aw, thank you. That's very sweet. See, I wouldn't have thought that at all unless, like, you said that. Because, like, when I look at how I... Even in my most, like, verbose moments, which can be, you know, for lots of reasons, distress, joy, humiliation, it just feels like I'm not talking that differently compared to everybody else, in a way. But I think I've also been learning that I get a lot of my speaking, like, particular word choice and speaking patterns from my human papa. And it's really hard for me to do that thing where people assign hypothetical voice actors and stuff for those. Yeah, like, I'm not sure how my own characters... Honestly, I have, like, a faint idea with my own characters, but I can never find the right voice. Like, sometimes I can point to, like, how people deliver certain, like, types of characters. I'm like, yeah, that's right, but, like, the pitch or the rhythm isn't right. It's like, Insert hand in marriage. Yeah, you can always tell it's me because I'm like, hand in marriage! Please! Onegaishimasu! Very good explanation. You have a fun, eloquent... Thank you! I was just thinking, like... What was it? I think it was... Let me pull up my phone. Because my dad was asking if I wanted something. He was going to a museum today. He was asking if I wanted a shirt. And I think just how I regularly responded him is kind of a... I kind of took a step back and I'm like, I wonder if other people type to their parents like this. Because he was like, would you like a t-shirt from the museum? I'm not telling you the museum, but it's like a motorcycle or aviation oriented. Girly type or regular. So like the shirt cut. And I'm like, I'll take a motorcycle one in a regular if you feel so keen. And he's like, keen it is. Which to me is like, that's just how I talk to my dad. But I kind of take a step back and I was like, I don't know if I've ever heard my friends say keen to, like, their parents. I feel like me and my dad talk to each other like we're dandies from the early 1900s. Cute. That's so fun. Thank you. I think that's just British. I mean... My dad loves a lot of British media, and I grew up with it, so that might very much be... Like, Monty Python, not just the movies, but the Flying Circus, which was the TV show, was very much, formative media for me. But, like, my dad will text me, like, are you available for telecommunications tonight? And I'll be like, oh, if you give me just one moment, I will be with you post-haste. Like, that's just how we type to each other. And it's only really recently that I've thought, like, that might be different than how people talk to their parents. That's adorable. Oh, thank you. I'm like blushing a bit. I wish I could like showcase that better. I didn't expect that as the reaction. Thank you. I don't know. That's just how I've always like kind of played with my dad. That's just how we've always been, you know? That's just how we've always talked to each other. I guess that might be why I talk like I do then. I feel like embarrassed now, but I'm happy. I'm happy people like that so much. One time, I don't know if I told you guys this, one time my papa, my human papa, he called me up just to say, because I had told him, yeah, I'm Myobitan, I stream. He called me up to ask if I'm Myobitan in summer, does that mean I'm Myobi pale in winter? He just had to call me up to ask real fast. That made me so happy. I don't know. It's like those playful things that are like... Those kind of interactions mean a lot to me. And, like, just being kind of silly like that, especially with words, like, that's like such a love language for me. I love wordplay. Nothing like a good dad joke. Yeah! That's so good. Yeah, we got BB Nose going. I think that's also why I also talk to Bettel like I do. Honestly, a lot of times my super chats, because when I do send them, it's only like a $5 one. I have to cut down on my word choice. But it always starts with "Hi, Bebel," and then it's like how I talk to him is just very. I think it comes from that same place of like I am playing and engaging with you in a way that is like telegraphing we are having fun, and that I appreciate you. I don't know. I guess I always try and I hope it's obvious kind of things of like, you're so sweet, and I will commit my life to engraving your image in this piece of paper. It's like, we are playing. You're like a Victorian dandy poet trying to move. Thank you. Honestly, best compliment I could possibly have. He makes me feel like a Victorian poet, like, who has made me just sick with yearning. Which makes it even funnier when I say stuff to people like, oh yeah, you know, like a Valentine, like, your eyes are an ocean. Your breasts are also an ocean. Like, it's the juxtaposition of how silly that is. Sometimes I will type out a super chat message like Google Docs so I can check the character. Dude, that's smart. I should do that. You're smart. I just raw dog put it in. I'd never send. And I wouldn't be able to tell you why. I think because I just worry that it'll do something weird and like I won't be able to hear your stream. But whenever I send a super chat, it's 90% of the time it's because I'm watching the stream on my computer, but I send the super chat through YouTube on my phone. Because usually if I'm watching it on the phone, I can't send a super chat because then the YouTube crashes after I send it, which is weird. But like, so now I've gotten into this whenever I do it, it's because I'm watching it on my computer and sending it on my phone. I gotta make sure I get across what I want to say in the way I want to say it, which means sometimes the character comes. Absolutely. Oh, there's the one that ended up in a clip of when I was saying to Bebel about, you know, how the light of stars still reaches us even after it's gone, and like how his light will be with us even after he leaves the stage. Every time I tried to find like the words for it, it kept bouncing back the super chat because it was like, actually, it's like, because you can't say, like, oh, even when a star dies and things like that. It didn't like that. I was starting to lose my mind. I was like, please, no! I'm losing the window of opportunity to say this! I've literally done the exact opposite. Watch out, my phone's setting super on computer. You're valid. I usually just shitpost a few, which is also valid. I got a lot of words trapped in my mouth, and they need to come out. And I think he's so cute and talented and lovable that that level of, like, excitement has to leave my body. It has to, I can't keep that to myself. It has to go to its recipient. Like, hi, cutest man in the world? I just wanted to remind you that you continue to be the cutest man in the world. Anyway, here's $5. I tried to quote that one Tumblr that has Chimkin Nungin. YouTube got mad for trying to say a fucking beast jerk. I love Beast Sugar, though. That's a classic. Ah, that sucks. YouTube said no fun allowed that day. What was it? When someone was explaining Omegaverse to Bettle in a week in review, I really wanted to. It wouldn't let me. And I just didn't have the. It was taking me too long a time to have my clarity come back to me. So I was explaining Omegaverse to him, and then like I tried to send a super chat of like, it came to a point I was trying to say something. I was like, I don't know any about that, but can I bite the back of your neck for no reason whatsoever? And it just wouldn't let me. It would not let me. Yeah, the fact that I got the fucking with like the PH is like, come on, man. The funny purple clown man says the actual word way more times on stream, but I can't send fucking beast sugar? I remember when I said the quote, God is dead, you're not keeper. What? That's such a hard quote, though. It's so good. That's fucked up. Twitch said no, we're not allowed to be cultured here. It's fucked up, dude. We can't have anything. Honestly, God is dead, you're not keep running is such a hard line. Like, you just thought of that? While you were playing a game with your, like, gen mates? Like, that's crazy! I don't think I've ever said anything that powerful in one sitting. That was, like, there was, like, aura. There was, like, an psychic energy blast that came at the end of that. Shaking my SMH head. Yeah, SMH my head is, like, what I use. SMH my damn head. I also just like saying things wrong on purpose, which is like another one of Bettle's Bettleisms that are just so cute. I think partly because like, it's like, I do things like that too, but like how he'll say like, I don't know how to describe it, like with bumblebees, he'll call them bumbled bees. Like he'll put the ED on it. And like, I love that. That's so cute. A bumbled bee! And I'm like, ah! I need to bite you! Yeah, that's what it is. I think I was going to say shaking my dang head, but then I mixed it with that. SMH, my SMH head. I was playing one game and we would all say rip in peace. I say rip in peace, or rip in pieces, or rest in piss. Love Bumblebees is so good. Lots of little Bettleisms just absolutely make me so delighted. Like, when he says dude, and like he's like exasperated again, it's like dude! It has the at the end. Dude! The Halo announcer, yeah! The Halo announcer is like, flag stolen. Like, stream ended. New stream. Like, dude! Or like, even when he's like in a group and he's going live and he says it multiple times, like, I'm live, I'm live, I'm live, I'm live, I'm live. It's really cute. Or when he does his fake laugh, like, I can't do it, but like when he does his fake laugh, even that has so much joy behind it, even though it's like meant to be like an off-putting fake laugh, that it's like, that's so cute! That's so cute! Also, I think we're among like-minded people here. I don't have a way to explain it. I think if this was something that came up last year, but he always talked about eating Monopoly money when he was younger because he looked like it tasted good. And I sent a super that I'm like, please, hand in marriage, that's so cute. And like he was like, I don't understand you, Myobi. And I was like, how do you not? And like other people, I saw some other battalion were like, okay, Myobi, you know what? I was with you, but I don't think I get it this time. I'm like, how is that not adorable? There's something so pure about, especially when you're younger, you see colorful paper money and you're like, that looks like it'll be yummy. And then you eat it. Adorable. That tells me a lot about you as a person. One time he went, betrayal, and I immediately responded, betray. Which made me realize I only ever played local multiplayer. It's like, cute disaggression, yeah, yeah! I get you, Myobi, I get it, yeah! It's like, I don't know how to explain to you guys that's like, I'm sorry, that's marriage material right there. And I say that as someone who never ate anything that wasn't food, you know, as a small. That's just not something I did, you know? I don't know. Like, he'll say stuff like, yeah, I do this stupid shit as a child. I'm like, actually, you're the most valid and cutest person. And I'm going to have to destroy you with my mind now. Actually, I'm gonna make his face a little smaller. At least move the eyes. Yeah, that'll help. I don't know, it's just like, there's times where I feel like he absolutely knows how cute he is, you know? It's like, he knows what he's doing. And then there's other times where it's like, when you tell him about, like, how cute something is or how silly, he's, like, caught off guard. And I'm surprised. I'm like, how do you not see how cute you are? Like, of course you were gonna be an idol someday. I've never witnessed someone who was so meant to be adored by large groups of people before. Like, that was your destiny, was to just be beloved. He doesn't know his own power. It feels like sometimes he does, though, but then he just does it, and it's like, I'm gonna strangle you! Because I feel like, especially a lot of times when he doesn't notice it, is when he can get you the worst. And I'm like, how can you do this to me? You think I'm crazy when you're the one acting all cutie fool? I'll kill you! I want to bite him, but at the same time, I would never touch it. Right? Like, I want to bite him, but I would never do that because that would make him unhappy, you know? I would only bite if given permission. Even then, I would be very timid about it. I'm constantly baffled by how many things he does on purpose and how many he actually does not do it. I think part of that is the fun of, I don't know if I'll be able to describe, hold on, I'm setting it out because I gotta use my brain a little bit more. I don't know if I'll be able to describe it well, because it's something I noticed, but I can't really put to words very well. But I feel like after you watch Battle for a while, you start to pick up when he manufactures moments to be comedic. But he does it in such a way, and with such his personality, that even when you know that he's, like, kind of manufacturing the moment, either by, like, bluffing to buy time, or, like, doing something purposefully to get more of the reaction he wants, to have, like, what he wants to happen next, he does it in such a way that you don't feel like the magic is gone from the moment, even though you know it was manufactured. It feels more like, oh, I'm in on the secret a little. You know? And that's a really powerful trait to have as an entertainer. And it really covers well for even if, like, he screws something up, whether he leans into it or tries to play it off differently, it works in his favor. You know? He definitely sees a certain way to get a reaction out of it. Absolutely. That, he's saying Handler by Muse, and like he was nervous, but he knew what was gonna happen. He knew what was gonna happen. He knew for a fact. This kill is for you. Yep, this kill is for you is a very famous one. A lot of times the RP of like how he'll get people talking longer so he can like stall for time. Just slip on a banana peel and leave me unsure if it was on purpose. Exactly! And you don't have less fun even having that thought of like, maybe he did this on purpose, you know? That's just how fun he is. That's how good of an entertainer he is. Get her pilot, Uchuchuu! Welcome! I don't know. I have a lot of respect for him, even outside of like him being my favorite, obviously. But that's like part of why he's my favorite, is just he's really good at what he does, which is why I feel bad like whenever someone, or even he tells himself that he's dumb. Cause like when he does bring it up, it definitely sounds like it comes from a place of people have told him he's dumb before. And he's really not, you know? Like, I think if you look at the things he does and the things he puts effort into, just because he's maybe not like, oh, grade A in school kind of smart, like, oh, I can do complicated math, like, even if he thinks it's like part of it is just like, oh, well, I just do the humor I like, or like, this is more of a natural like reaction to this, like, that's still something that you've honed over time. You know? And that you've improved on. And, like, the fact that you are such a good entertainer is proof of how smart you are. Wait, who? Gav is battle. My Oshi. We're being cringe today. I don't know. I'd feel really bad if he actually does think that he's dumb or things like that, because he's really not. I leave now, but I want you to know I was feeling down, but your stream distracted me and helped me Yippee! I'm so glad! Your art looks good. Enjoy the rest of the Thank you! Take care. Thank you so much for being here. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you later, okay? A non-binary who really likes Battle Cats have some... Man, even with the non-binary, like, you could have also just said, oh, an Eldritch Horror that really likes Battle, can't say I'm surprised. It's like, it's all... Someone with ADHD that likes Battle, I can't say I'm surprised. Yeah, fork found in kitchen. So sue me. He's got an incredible sense for timing, both comedic and dramatic. Yeah, which I feel like the Gavin Battle stuff really did. And even like he took the time to like animate that one thing in Source Filmmaker for the anniversary. And I feel like that also was a really good showcase of just like, he really knows his timing really well. He knows how to utilize like any situation to his best. To its best effect. You're in the middle of that Venn diagram. I am the poster child for pathetic battalion. A person who likes Battle Kids is that real though? Real. Like anyone who gives him like more than a few minutes is like, okay. Like I have roommates who aren't VTuber fans. They just don't like watching streams and stuff like that, which is fine. It's not like they're like, oh, this is the worst. But like if I watch it a battle stream out in the living room, sure enough, one or two of them will eventually drift over and be like, okay, well, I have to see where this goes. And they'll, like, laugh and have fun. Like, that's just how powerful he is. Like, yeah, I don't know this man outside I know he's your favorite. And I don't care about VTuber streams, but I gotta see what the fuck's going on with this guy. I tune in and instantly hear one of my favorite twerp songs? Oh, autoplay's got your number. Also, Tiger Dandy, Uchuchuu, welcome! I was big into Noah, but really dropped out of Stars when the thing Yeah, I cried about it. And And that was before I even was more of an active member of the community. I was still too shy. But, I mean, there's VODs of me talking about it in the past where I started to get really weepy about it. But I do have nothing but respect for Magni and Vesper. And we'll obviously never know the complications of what's happening behind the scenes, but whatever it was, I know the decision, whatever amount of it was their decision, wasn't an easy one. They loved their community very much, and they loved being a Hollow Star very much. Like, you could not deny that. So, whatever the circumstances that they had to leave, it makes me really sad, because I know if I was in their position, I would have done everything possible to stay. They were so passionate, and they're such incredibly talented couple of gentlemen that, you know, like, I just want them to be okay. I fell in love since day one with the Jester, same with Magni, yeah? Valid. Reminds me of that one time he mentioned not wanting to have a POV for, like, Among Us collab or something, because he wanted to be able to do funny bits and pop in and out other people's POVs. Yeah! Like, he's smart. I got very mad. I was never particularly active, to be honest, just chatted sometimes. I did have fun in the silent period. And yeah, no, I was very upset, and it didn't help that I was kind of fighting for my life on the year that happened, because that was during my hiatus, because everything was going wrong in my life. And then I got the news about their graduation, and I just... I think maybe because, in part, because I care about being a VTuber, you know, and it feels like one of the few things, like, I can do. But to be able to get into something as big as, like, Hollow Stars is no small feat. They really do take, like, the best of the best, you know? Which is not to discount, like, any other corpro, like Niji Sanji or anything else. Like, that's incredible. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're corporate at all, you know, if you go through the whole audition process and stuff like that, you have to be incredibly talented. And, like, it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of hard work. And so, like, thinking if I was in their shoes, you know, like, they were very talented, very smart, and they clearly cared so much that to think that you get put in such a position that you have to leave, no matter what it is, no matter, like, what happened behind the scenes, you know, that's upsetting, you know? And it also has this feeling of, like, well, if these amazing people couldn't make the dream work, you know, how's someone like me who's considerably less amazing, what hope is there for me to make any dream work, you know? Because these two people who it should have been them, you know? They should have made it. They got cut short. Even though they loved what they were doing so much. I'm making myself upset again. There's maybe a few corpos you could besmirch. I mean, I pay attention to things, but I don't think it's my place to besmirch any corporate or any, like, company. You know, it's first of all just not, like, the type of content I make, but also, you know, we can never truly know what's going in the background. But I understand. The most important thing, I think, if I do have anything to say about a corporation, is that ultimately your loyalty should be with the talents and not the corporation. Like, you can be do or die for your Oshi, but don't be do or die for the company they work for. No matter if the company's good or if you think it's not. Like, try and support the talent outside of that, you know? I guess that Vesper emulated Pokemon Scarlet for the Soul Link and Nintendo got mad. Actually, that would be funny. He did emulate it, no question about that. His game was running far better than anyone else's. Noah OG, I miss you. I think part of, like... Because, like, some VTubers reincarnate or show up other places. But it can be difficult because, like, what they've built up is gone, you know? They're never going to be exactly like the person and not have the same interactions like the ones you fell in love with when they were your Oshi. And I don't think that you're a bad fan or anything if, like, you're not able to follow someone to their new life or things like that. But it is just inherently sad having an end come to something like that. Especially so unexpectedly. No one gets to say their goodbyes. I think that really messed me up the most was that I didn't even get a chance to leave a chat message to say goodbye. Like, I saw when Gura debuted, and I left messages, and then I didn't really watch her very regularly, but on her went on a graduation concert, I thanked her, and I at least could leave a message about how much I appreciate her hard work, you know? And it helps when you can say goodbye. Even if they don't see it, if you're one of, like, thousands and thousands, it helps your heart. And I know both of them would have given that to us if they could have. Grandma Oshi is Suisei because she's way too big at this point for Ko to pull any funny shit on her. Real. It's been hard to get into some reincarnations, but I branched into other VTubers too. Yeah! I never chatted. You love Ame. That's fair. It took me... Speaking of Battle, it took me a year before I finally talked in Battle's chat. Because I watched him since debut. But I just... I'm shy. Like, I am and I'm not shy. I guess, in a way. Like, I could talk to strangers fine. I can just go up and talk to people. But, like, if it's online, or if it's, like, a one-way kind of relationship, like a fan to the idol, I overthink a lot more. This song's so good. And so I get in my own head, and then I have trouble talking. I either talk too much, or I say nothing. It took me 2.5 to chat. I don't care enough to chat when chat is going fast. I mean, I get that. You always want to see, like, you're being seen, you know? I think that's part of what the appeal of Hollow Star's EN is because they are big names, but, like, chat does go by at a good click, but at the same time, like, you know how many times something I've said has gotten picked out in chat? Not even a super, just me saying something so much. So much. And I'm not, like, a moderate. I'm just one of the crowd. Those boys, they see their audience. They live in your walls, for the most part. Oh, man, my chat broke. Goofy mobile app. I'll be sure thing, Ray! I was a shy teen, but it just kind of went away as my online persona bled into my IRL. That's just because you're interested, Claire. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I feel like initial reactions to who I am when people first meet me is, at least from what I've been told, for people who are my friends now, is that they think I'm very, like, first meeting me, I'm very boring. Or, like, they can't really get a good grasp on, like, my multitudes. Because everybody has multitudes, but they can't really... They have a hard time, like, seeing past, like, this kind of facade, I guess I have. But then it's, like, people who've become my friends, like, yeah, it's, like... I won't say who, but, like, one person would say, yeah, when we first met, I thought, like, you were very sweet and everything, but, you know, I thought you were, like... You hadn't lived, like, much of an interesting life. You were very, like, kind of just cute, not much else. And they're like, sorry that I thought that. I'm like, no, you're fine. It's like, yeah, when I got to know you more, and so it's like, oh, you're You have a lot of wisdom, and you've lived a lot of interesting life experiences. And I'm like, thank you. Welcome back, Ray. And, like, that's not to say, like, I think I'm super interesting or anything like that, but I think it's just, I guess some part of me just is kind of, it's hard for people to see aspects of something about me, I think maybe, or how I behave first time meeting someone. It's kind of difficult to get a full grasp on my personality, maybe? I also think that's part of the joy of, like, unexpectedly having kind of, like, gap moe traits. In a way. Or I end up being very unexpected to people. Like, my music tastes or things I've done. It's just like, I never would have thought. And I don't know, that makes me really happy. Keep them guessing. What day are you on? I'm on right now. I'm on right now. I think I'm a talk to everyone, don't expose too much kind of person. Very sociable, but I don't call many people friends. That's fair. I feel like, I feel like it's... Yeah, the ad revenue has often pushed it over so that I actually get my payout, so I really appreciate everyone who sits through ads. I feel like I get that, like, you could talk to anyone but not reveal too much, and there's also, like, a way to do that where it's, like, you reveal things that other people think, oh, they've really shared something with me, but to you, it's not revealing part of your heart so much. And I get it. I definitely get it. Because there will be times I'll say things that are, like, that, like, are meant to, like, I guess humanize me to people, but it's not something that, like, can be used against me kind of feeling, right? Does that make sense? I feel like a better example is, well, not a better example, but I get that a lot from, just speaking of Hollow Stars, I get that a lot from Flayon. He's very... He's not, like, closed off, but he definitely strikes me as someone who's been hurt before, and he's willing to talk about his feelings and stuff like that, but he always has it at a specific distance. Like, even with, like, the people he's close with, it seems like. I think a lot of streamers get, yeah, you don't want to expose a lot of your life on it. That's absolutely fair. I think there is part of that as streaming of, like, you want to be yourself, you know? And you want to talk about things, but you also don't want to say anything that maybe will upset people, like trauma dumping. But you also don't want anything, like, you don't want to talk too much about, like, maybe something that bothers you or your weaknesses, because you don't want that to be turned around and used against you. At the end of the day, it's like, we only know each other through this screen, for the most part, you know? Which is not to, like, discredit that, or discredit your experiences. But you never fully know who you can trust with aspects about yourself. Oh no, you stream or me, chat. We do not and will not know each other. Yeah, sometimes I get sad. Not to sound really cringe and parasocial, but, like, with Bebel, because he's my Oshi, because he's so charming and makes me so happy, I get really sad that I'll never get to know him as a person. Like, the inherent fact that I know him as Betel, and that I'm his fan, also, like, I'm so lucky to be able to have him in my life in this amount. But it's also, like, a catch-22, because knowing him this much also means I will never get to know him as an equal. And I can't help but be a little sad about that, you know? I'm very much against parasocial in general, but that is because I'm inherently aggressive. I mean, I like to touch grass when I can. It's just, it's very difficult for so many reasons. I don't get to get out as much. And I'm very emotionally attached to the things that make me happy. And I try not to be crazy, but it just, I get very excitable is what we've gone over a lot today. What? Oh, this is like an ad. What are we doing? You just gotta deal with stuff on your own. Yeah, like, I worry about getting too parasocial because I tend to grip things that make me happy too tightly, and I get too in my own head about it, because a lot of times in my life, things that are good, you know, have been taken from me, despite my best efforts. You know, there's nothing in this life that you have that cannot be taken from you. And so if something makes me happy in my not great life, I tend to hold on to it tight as possible, and sometimes it's too much, and that breaks whatever delicate relationship it is. And you know, that's still my fault. You know, I gotta learn a balance. But I get it. I think is the feeling of how people can fall into the parasocialness. Life is hard, and when you have stuff that makes you happy, you wanna be part of that. Work for other people on healthy boundaries. Yeah, obviously. How did you get the hat? Snowhalation. I don't think that was Snowhalation. I do love Soy. I get that. You can redeem a hat, and it gives a random hat from my arsenal of hats. Yeah, sold from Captain Hook. Fed him to the crocodile that was after him. I don't know. I think maybe part of it is also I'm just a very inherently... I am an Eldritch Horror, so I'm inherently just kind of lonely all the time. That's my natural disposition. So, playing with people, no matter if, like, they're like, higher than me, I guess. Not a peer, but, like, someone... like, their position is higher than mine and things like that. I want to prove I exist for even a second, you know? Because there's lots of times I've been denied existence as someone who's alive and has their own, like, thought processes and feelings. And I think that just makes me worse without, you know, but I try and behave correctly and know my place. But just the more that something brings me joy, the more I want to be involved with it, you know? I met amazing Hollister fans at cons, so even if I can never hang with Beto and the boys, I can meet with other awesome people. Yeah! Honestly, meeting so many Hollister fans, so many Metallian, has been such a treat. I feel like sometimes I just gotta remind myself I don't actually know the people I watch online, but I can still enjoy them from across the distance. Yeah! There was a Cosmic Princess Kaguya clip of the characters singing World is Vital. Ooh! They got both Romanji and translated subs on that performance, but the Romanji wasn't regular Romanji. Eh? It wasn't regular Romanji. The style we used in the 19th century? Oh! Interesting. Oh, because it's like Kaguya, so they wanted to make it more dated? Natsukai de ichiban no hime-sama. It's an idol show. Interesting. Tiger Dandy, I don't play Overwatch. I'm not sure how you might have gotten confused here. We talked about it earlier, but I don't play Overwatch. I don't really play any competitive games. It's incomprehensible why they did. Something only the person who was putting in the romaji will know. And they'll take it to their grave. We can never have minds as big and voluptuous as theirs. Just finish your shifts? They like, absolutely, good job today. Otsukare-sama! I know. I do feel like I am predisposed to bouts of madness. And I worry. So I just do what I can. And just hope I don't bother anyone. It's very clunky phonetical mimicry that diplomats used to do in official documents when we started forward. Wow! You know, I was gonna say, like, based, like, Japanese history knower, that it's like, we also like older anime, and, like, we talked about a bunch of this stuff last time and stuff like that, so it's like, obviously. If anyone would know all this stuff, it's Getter Pilot. That's more Brazilian diplomacy nowhere, to be fair. Oh, okay. That's still being a knower. Can't crinkle the petals too much or they start looking like carnations. Oops. I've liked drawing just nonsense outfits. Like I always like to draw fanciful outfits, but in particular lately, I've just been letting myself just add whatever, not really thinking about the design principles. Because usually I put more of a conscious effort into balance and things like that, but like the last 2 drawing streams, I've just let myself just draw whatever outfits. Like, yeah, we'll just put this on and we'll have an accessory here and like, whatever, live free. I have a friend who has a master's degree on the Tokugawa Shogun. Hell yeah, that's awesome! You get that good secondhand education. Actual specialization being in Geisha. Let's fucking go! Is your friend actually maybe the coolest person alive? That's rad. Possibly, yeah. Sheesh! Frick. Let me tell you something about them honorable warriors. They really liked men! Hell yeah! It seems like all great fighting forces of history. Spartans. Samurai. Good for them. They probably would like Gavis better. Fork found in kitchen. This honor stuff was mostly bullshit, but that's true for almost every. Oh yeah. Man. That's cool to get, like, a whole degree. Like, the history of like, such a specific era. That's just, I don't know, that's cool. Maybe it's just because I'm biased because I couldn't finish my degree, so anyone who could finish a degree in anything, I'm like, whoa! Masters is supposed to be specific. I don't really know the details. I know my human mama had a master's in math, but I wouldn't be able to tell you. I wouldn't be able to tell you any more about that. Just mathematics. Oh, I gotta turn up this on my headphones. You think I would have remembered specifically what it was, because she literally posted her masters above my bed so that, like, it would inspire me to do good. Val! Do you know how upset she was to find out that, like, I sucked at math? Like, just naturally. I got grounded a lot. I was much better at English and history. But she was so upset that, like, math was what I struggled at. It's just really hard for me. I don't know. It's not like I have dyscalculia or anything like that. Like, I see it, but it's just remembering formulas and, like, what to do when is very difficult for me. And then something like English is more about interpretation and thinking about context. And I guess because that's a bit more nebulous, my brain works well with it. Math is not a genetic. That's what I'm saying! I was good enough at math, so I just deduced the formulas on the spot up until... Damn! Look at math genius over here! No, I did poorly in math the entirety of my... And I had some teachers who were way more patient with... Ooh. Why'd the screen do that? Who were way more patient with me, but I also had a bunch who also just could not stand the fact that I wasn't getting it. It's like, you're a teacher. Help me! Help me! Wash your soul without reprisal, die in grace. I'm still really proud of the drawing I made for this cover. Which, I don't think he ever saw it, even though I posted it, but... I think it turned out really good. I mean, you'll get probably a couple hundred of people with the same kind of story if you do a shakedown on my department in uni. Yeah! But yeah, my math grades were the reason I was grounded, most of the time. And I tried. I did try. He holds this note so long, it's so pretty. What? Garrus better I'd follow you into the gates of hell themselves. No, like, B's weren't good enough because my mom was, you know, math was her thing. That, I mean, B's would have been acceptable, but still kind of a disappointment. But I wasn't even making B's, so I was constantly getting grounded for my grades. B's in uni. I mean, what is it? Something that helped my brain was B told me, B, like her family's motto was C's get degrees. And you know what? That's a way better viewpoint than my family's motto, which is there's no point in doing it unless you do it perfectly. So it's the entire STEM department's motto. Ours is 80 is 100. Hell yeah. That's a much healthier mindset to have, frankly. Because the perfectionist attitude that was ingrained into my head has really crippled me in a lot of ways. My art even floundered for a very long time because of it. Because I wouldn't try new things until, like, I felt like the time was right, or I've built up enough experience. I still don't take risks on things, because it's like, I have to do it right the first time. And, you know, a lot of stuff in life has kind of reinforced that mindset of, like, oh, I only get one shot to try this, so I better make sure I do it as best as possible with as much ability as possible. And so I end up not doing things because it's like the time isn't right. I'm not strong enough yet. But it's also hard because I know I'm a person of extremes with these things. Because there's times where I want to do something that is just there's no way I was gonna succeed, you know? But I wanted to do it so badly that I took all this time to go do it, and then obviously it failed or didn't work out. It's hard to balance that of like, oh, you won't know unless you try. Most of the time I do know. Because I wish for impossible things. So sometimes just having the dream is better than actually trying for it. Because at least then you can imagine what could be. If you try and you inevitably fail on something you knew you were going to fail, you can't even daydream about it, you know? Yeah, this is Flavorfully. Jamie P is part of Flavorfully. A bad decision paralysis. Oh, yeah, I get it. Me's back. I got snack. Ooh, what you got for snacks? Like, an easy, obvious, impossible thing is like, I would love to do like a collab with my Oshi, with Battle. That's obviously never gonna happen. But it's like, oh, well, send a DM and find out. It's like, no, because like, it would be rude. It's like against the rules, and also, I already know the outcome. And then it would just ruin like the friendly nature I have with him already, you know? Not all things should be pursued. Not all dreams are achievable. You shouldn't try everything. Kind of what Hero's overview, but she has a very distinct tuning style. Oh, which is good. You want BGM to be in the background. Yeah. Oops, no. Hopefully someday you will. Well, you can hope for it, but if I let myself hope for something impossible, I'm just gonna I'll daydream it. But if I hope for it, then I'm just gonna get sad. This song they dropped. I didn't! I saw that they dropped a song, but I haven't listened to it yet. Whenever there's like a new song I really want to, I gotta set aside time to like listen to it, you know? And I woke up late today and with a headache, so I didn't really get a chance to yet. Out of tune. I just plop it on my TV and cue an album too, and that's valid. I do that most often with just like, now with like, oh, these are all songs I know. But when it's a new one, especially when it seems like it's Vocaloid ones, I feel like I have to pay attention the first time I listen to it. I wouldn't be able to tell you why, but it's my mental health check. Streaming's my mental health check in a way. Quite jealous of people that can sleep for long so they can't sleep on the too. Well, honestly, I've been waking up randomly in the middle of the night. I don't know why. Not with like night terrors. That's its own thing that I get. But just randomly, I'll just suddenly be awake and it's hard for me to fall back asleep and then I'll wake up again. And that's been like the last 3 weeks. So I don't really know what's changed in that time that I've been having such a hard time staying asleep. I used to be, well, it was because I was unwell, but I used to sleep for ludicrous amounts of time because my body was shutting down. And I've been out of that for a few years now, thankfully. But this feels like an opposite problem. I used to sleep too much, now I'm having trouble sleeping. And for a while, I was just sleeping fine. So, like, why can't we... I am definite and real. As long as there are stars up above, I will always be in love. I keep getting into a groove and I keep pushing back, taking the 5 minutes it'll take to just go to the bathroom real fast. Not that I need to, because I'm an idol. But for you guys, I should give you 5 minutes. I think maybe part of me is scared that if I take 5 minutes, you guys won't be. Ah! Why? Because we've had a lot of people come in today. And there's always part of me that, like, if I give you 5 minutes, you guys will, like, I don't know, come to, and then you'll leave, and I'll be like, no! I'm a very nervous person. Oop. Okay, well, don't drop things. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead, and I'm gonna give us a quick 5. Everyone, take a chance to go get something to drink, maybe get a snacky. I'm gonna throw us on our be right back screen, and then we're gonna be right back. But like, take 5, okay? Okay, I'll be right back. I promise. I promise. I returned to my fuzzy stars. I returned to my people. My people. Hello. Uchuchuu. Did you survive the brief time I was gone? Welcome back. Thank you. I was a little naughty before stream started today because I told you guys I have an Arizona iced tea. But I did also buy myself a Coca-Cola for later. So after I finish my iced tea. Yum 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 yum. I've been drinking a lot of water. I haven't gotten back into my bad habits too much. But I did buy 2 sippies today. Too much! Ooh, sorry. Honestly, I've been drinking a lot of water. I've just been hungrier and thirstier lately. Heh. Heh. I gotta repaint. I either have to repaint my nails or I have to just take off the last of the nail polish because it's chipped to hell. Oh, it's unmissable. I only have 40. Ha! Get unmissiled. Stupid. You're not stupid. Honestly, today I wanted to do a workout stream this morning, but I ended up sleeping in because I slept so badly, and then I had a headache. That just didn't happen. Because that episode. No, but I didn't mean it though. But I didn't mean it though. That means it's okay, right? I'm just making drama. You're just being a drama. I know, I'm also being silly. Hi, Gator Pilot! Welcome back! A strong Myobitan. A very strong Myobitan. Buff. I want my muscles back! Being unwell for so long took them from me! I want them back! Was answering a phone call? Welcome back from your phone call. I'm sorry, was I interrupting? Well, that reminds me, I gotta be up in time for, there's a family Zoom call meeting with my dad's side of the family tomorrow. They're in Eastern Standard Time, so I have to be on top of it. Or like phone call interrupt the stream. I do not like getting calls. I don't think anyone really likes getting calls. I wish I could be normal about phone calls, but like, no matter who's calling me, it sparks that feeling of anxiety in my chest as soon as the phone goes off. And I think it's because so often it was for me to get yelled at. So now I just have that association. Good luck. Thank you! I'm nervous because most of the side of the family haven't seen me since I was very small. And we had a different Zoom meeting a couple months ago, and they didn't even know who I was initially. So I'm nervous. Especially because I want to be well behaved for that, while I'm there. Even though it's just a Zoom call, but that side of the family is, it has a lot of conservative folks in it. And me fighting them during, like, celebrating Grandma's birthday is not gonna help anything. Customer service agents, ugh. Yeah, that sounds off. It's not great. Try to say it in as nice a way as possible. There's, like, a lot of things mixed up with it, but I know it would mean a lot to my papa, my human papa, for me to be there. So more so than anything, I wanna do that for him. You got this. Thank you. I do feel bad that because it's a lot of older folks. I kind of came into existence in the family in a weird time. But one of them was asking me how we're incorporating AI in what I do, because they're like, oh, you're an artist? There's things like that. And they're like, oh, how are you finding, like, incorporating AI into your work? And I'm like, I'm finding that I hate people who do that, and some of my friends have lost their jobs, so... And just saying that much, I really brought the mood down on the group call. But honestly, I was like, alright, I've been really good, but I'll die on this hill. I don't know why it's like so many older folks. And I say that being older than time itself. So many older folks are so charmed by like stuff like ChatGPT and whatnot. And I cannot figure out why. Because that's like the same generation who's like, oh, well, you can't trust what you see online and don't give your personal information. And now they're like, I'm going to tell the robot my social security number and then let ChatGPT barf out a news article and just assume that it's right. And it's like, what happened? It's new tech gizmo, I don't understand it and think it's magic. Yeah. I try to be nice about, like, trying to tell them, like, this is how this works. This is why you can't, but... One family trait that we all share. Stubborn. Very stubborn. Date, date, date. 大好きだから。だって愛してるから。だって愛してるから。There's always just a different feeling, though, of someone who, like, genuinely doesn't really understand or know better that you're able to talk to about it. And then other times where people, like, they understand enough, they just don't give a shit. And, like, those are two big different mentalities. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like, I always want to be able to, like, even if I'm not able to, like, explain to them, I want to give them benefit of the doubt and good graces when you can tell it's just, like, okay, this isn't, like, there's just like a misunderstanding here. But when it becomes like, oh, you just don't care, you're just kind of being a shitty person, then it's like, can't really be gentle now. I want to be, I want to be well behaved, but I'm about to crash out here. Oh, my nose is itchy again. Why? I don't have allergies. I mean, I guess technically too tomato, but I'm not sniffing tomatoes. And even then, we don't know for sure it's an allergy. It just presents itself like it's probably an allergy. But I haven't been, like, diagnosed or anything. And either way, again, I am not sniffing tomatoes. Meh. Oops. Damn it. It's always the long strands of hair that all of a sudden I can't... I can't get the lines right on. Ah! Ah! Don't drop my iPad. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Changing my position to hopefully get... I wish that I could fall, like it would even matter. I'm not annoyed at all, drifting out of view. Arms, your arms. My heart's been burning, fully dispossessed. I wouldn't give to stay. I had my joy and sorrow cast away. I don't know. I feel like part of with my family that I struggle with my human family on that side. Is I have a lot of big emotions, you know, both good and bad. Which a lot of people do. I mean, everyone has feelings, but mine tend to be that side of the family doesn't really like or like finds it to be childish to like really like have big feelings or like to express them in a big way. They're the type of people who are like, well, you gotta favor logic first, and logic clearly means you aren't emotionally affected when you talk about this, or I think that makes it very difficult because sometimes they'll bring up conversations that I do care a lot about, and I do end up having to express my opinion on, but it's hard to keep calm about it. And so that inevitably I'm looked kind of down on. Because it's like, oh, well, clearly your point of view can't have any sort of validity because, look, you got upset, so you lost. You lost the argument. The debate. And it's hard. Like, I know I can be an emotional person. I try not to... Obviously, I try not to, like, do things just based on, like, well, I felt this way, so, like, the vibes were bad, so I burned down this whole Walmart. But I think it's been worse for me to deny how I'm feeling about something. Because I think more often than not is that you then end up just justifying bad behavior rather than recognizing, like, oh, okay, I'm just feeling this way, but I can do more than just feel this way. I think when you deny feeling that way at all, instead you, like, actually, I'm logical for doing this thing because, and you start to, like, argue it rather than actually, like, trying to think about what might be best in a moment. We deal with it outwardly as well. Exactly. I think because, you know, they're in such a headspace to what they're feeling has to be morally correct, that rather than, like, rethinking what they're feeling, they just justify what they're feeling. Does that make sense? Anytime, like, conversation about the state of the world get brought up, they feel a certain way about it, which isn't even true, but they don't recognize that it's just because they're feeling it doesn't mean it's true, even though they're convinced that actually it's a fact, because I wouldn't just rely on my feelings. Not me. I'm different. I'm better. And it's like, no, this is your feelings. Some sense, yeah, I think I'm fine. Yeah, it's like, if you deny having feelings, you can't deny having feelings altogether, but so you'll classify them as something else. And then all of a sudden, that lets you act on them worse than if you recognize them as actual feelings. It's like if you just got a bad vibe from someone, if you got a bad vibe, like, just their personality when you met them, it's just like, yeah, I guess I just got a bad vibe. I don't know why, but maybe just our personalities don't work together. But that would be like if you got a bad vibe from someone, and instead of, like, saying that, you were like, well, they must be bad, and I'm gonna dig into, like, snooping around. And then, if I get what I'm looking for, I'll be like, I just knew it, you know? I'm really smart, or whatever. And it's like, no, you had a bad vibe, and then you behaved acting on that vibe. You just tried to look for a way to justify it. It's hard to explain, but it's very frustrating to deal with. It's definitely a mindset that I know I still have, and I've been trying to shake off. Can't say I get that from people usually. Yeah, I'm using it as just an example. Not for at first sight, but, like, first meetings, like, first impressions, you know? Which, like, I don't think you're gonna hate anybody on a first impression, but, like, sometimes you just get a vibe of, like, oh, I just don't think our personalities, like, mesh that well. But I think it's part of this thing of always having to be right that's, you know, so ingrained that I'm trying to unlearn. I think you get some conclusions from that. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying first impressions are inherently wrong. I'm just saying, like, there are times where, like, maybe you'll just get, like, a bad vibe from someone. Well, but you can't base everything you do or think that they're a bad person just because you got a bad vibe, you know? Like, you could avoid them. I don't know. I feel like I'm not explaining well. I feel like I would just drop you guys into our family chat and you would be like, oh. That said, I do try and make conversation with people very often, so I get something substantial just from the way they talk and the subjects they prefer. Like I said, it's just not my modus operandi. Yeah. Yeah. Why is my nose itchy? Ah. Oh, I just realized, wait, is the music not playing for you guys? Why? Has it been silent this whole time? Why? Maybe 10 minutes? What? It's been playing music. I don't know why it disconnected from the audio feed. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I put on music for these because I know I talk less usually because I'm like, art time, art, art, art. I thought you just, nope. Something went wrong. Would it be a Myobi stream without some scuff or something going wrong? Like, would you even recognize who I am? I do have that. Oh, excuse me. I do have that effect. What do you mean? Wait, I have that effect of turning off their electronics? Thank you, stop with that. I do know that, like, my headphones and the connection for it gets a bit funky when I have to reconnect my iPad. I don't know why. I can't seem to change that. But this time I was able to hear my music, so I thought, I don't know. I bring the yap out of them. Oh, don't. I do yap. I'm just saying, like, there's more moments of quiet when I'm drawing. I wouldn't be much of a VTuber if I couldn't yap, I suppose. That is fair. Yeah, like I'm my brain's all the way. I don't know why that made me think of this, but what are they called? I will stretch. Give me a second. Have you guys ever seen these, like, they're like this brand of, like, collectible stuffed animal? They're, like, called Fugglers or something like that? And I've been known to like things that are... I like things that tend to be, like, ugly cute. But I remember someone showing those to me, and because we were talking about Furbies, and I love my Furby. But I remember seeing those, and, like, I had to be honest, like, they almost could work, except for the realistic human teeth. I hate them. They're not cute. They're not ugly cute. They're just upsetting to look at. Just that I really like bouncing off of what people say. That's wonderful. That sounds wrong. Yeah, they're not great. Like, they have these weirdly, like, puffy but squinted eyes, and then, like, they look like real human teeth in their mouth that are just like, It's just, I don't know. I feel like ever since I was asked about it, now I'm more aware of them, and I've been seeing them pop up places. There was a store I was in, like a little candy store. I was just getting a snack before a movie. And, like, it was like, oh yeah, we got these, the fugly things, but they have, like, we're doing a collaboration with, like, SpongeBob, and I just was like, what? I don't know. I just wanted to know if anyone else has seen these cursed things. Like, I definitely don't want to, like, be a bastard about it if someone likes it, but I don't know. Fugly things can be very cute, but I just feel like they don't have the right mixture of qualities. You know? Like, these in particular are just too... I don't know. They didn't do it right. I used to have one when I was younger, and I was terrified by it, but now it's just unique brand. I see. Furbies are... What? Furbies are cute, though. As far as I know, I had many Furbies. I mean, like, I guess I could see where, like, they're kind of disconcerting looking, but, like, how they're balanced, with its, like, properties of, like, oh, well, like, these big ears, and then the little beak, like, it balances correctly, you know? But for these fugly things, it's too mouth heavy, you know? They all have the same squinty face with realistic teeth, which doesn't give them personality, it just kind of makes them upsetting to look at. So it's like, I don't know. You can still make something, like, purposefully ugly, but still nice. And I just feel like they didn't. I feel like they didn't for this. Not to sound like an elitist about design and... But do better. Come on, brands. Honestly, Labubu's kind of fill that niche of, like, they're kind of ugly, but they're cute, you know? That's suddenly just do better. Myobi quote 2026. Not sure why, but Furbies terrified me more than Fugly. Really? When I was younger. Probably because of that old movie that had those small trolls. Don't remember the movie. I'm not sure what movie, but interesting. I feel like the fact that Furbies spoke were very disconcerting for a lot of people. I thought they were great. I love that they spoke and stuff, and I thought they were cute. But I also have a predisposition to, like, any kind of robot toy that speaks kind of like in a babyish tone. I have a softness for. I just always have. So I think Furbies were just kind of, you know, part of that. I don't know, maybe I would like the fugly things more if they could speak, or maybe I'd hate them more. Because they'd probably give them, like, a blah, 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 blah voice, right? Oh, too far in. It's who I really am inside. He has to have the plunging V-neck. How will you recognize he is Clown? He is Jester. I gotta move it, though. Oops. Is it really better if he doesn't have a plunging V-neck? A plunging neckline? Nah. That's a whole other guy. That's a whole other guy! If I can't see wifey's flat chest, how do I know is wifey? I love our cutting board. Gabriel Barbie. Like, I know there's just titty truthers out there, and that's valid. But I think it's cuter that he's just a gangly little guy. He's just all limbs and boniness. I suppose I fall into the camp of flat is justice kind of people. No, hold on. Do you have those OCs that you've had for a very long time that now, later in your life, you could tell that they have a lot of... Like, this is the song that you would put with them, and they're kind of cringe, but, like, you don't want to change them at all. Like, part of the fact that they're cringe because you were younger, you know, is, like, part of the charm. Did I say that right? Or did that just sound like word vomit? What I'm trying to say is, I heard this song for the first time only a couple months ago, and it made me think of one of my oldest OCs. And so I just, like, sitting here going... And it's been a while since a song has made me think of that, and I'm just like... Eh. I don't know. There's something about creating when you're younger before you really have more of an idea of, like, what works or not. I'm gonna bring this in more. Or, like, what makes for good storytelling. But there's a sincerity to it that's just... You kind of lose as you get older. That edginess. Which, you know, probably should lose as you get older. But there is something when you can full send it that is just... It's charming. It's such a point of youth, I guess. My old OCs have all gone to the cringe grinder, though. Can't quite relate. Oh! You're dead? Like, mostly I just, like, cut the fat from the stories, so, like, it makes more sense instead of just giving everything. But I couldn't ever kill any of my OCs. I love them too much. They're the reason I stayed alive so long! I still full send the edge. I'm just kind of aware of it. Well, yeah! That's what I'm saying. It's like, when you're aware of it, it's not the same, you know? Awareness inherently changes it. I cannot get through my old prose. Oh, yeah, like, if I had to look at some of my old writing or, like, my old poetry or stuff, I'd probably fall to the ground as dust sooner than finish it. So bad at Portuguese. Oh! That's dope. I'm just Brazilian. No, please, no applause. I'm simply Brazilian. Oh, sorry. Itchy. I think I have, like, when I came back from our little 5-minute, I saw I had 40% left on the battery on this. It's still pretty good. But I think I also have like 20% on my headphones. Because I don't have a long enough aux cord anymore. Let's turn off the... I don't know any Portuguese. I only know a very, 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 very small amount of Japanese. To the point where I wouldn't even count it as knowing Japanese at all. You know? I have nerd levels. Like basic nerd levels of Japanese, but I'm a dummy monolingual. I've written some stuff in English, but it's such a simple language, it kind of fucks me up when I try to get verbose. Interesting. It ends up sounding old-timey or obnoxious. I think that's just the inherent thing about English when you get more verbose with it, is that it just sounds old-timey. But also, I think that's, like, part of the fun of it. Daijobu, daijobu. Iyo. That's about the extent of Japanese I know as well. Yeah. Like, I'm proud that I managed to teach myself so much katakana and hiragana as well, but, like... I can sometimes understand the gist of what people are saying sometimes. As long as they don't have, like, a... Osaka accent kind of deal. FGO taught me Japanese, though. Don't... No, FGO was how I learned how to read hiragana and katakana. But yeah, like, I wouldn't be able to make conversation, but I can at least get the gist of things. I at least made it through Japan. And I had some fumbles on that vacation. That almost... Not vacation, I was there for a reason. But that almost... like, caused problems. You know, can I swear in other language? I mean, you can swear in English even. Just, like... Guess, think about, like... if it's language you want to use in front of the other stars, you know? And stars you don't know well. Like, use your common sense on that. And I'll trust you. Of course, so it should be fine. Okay. Unfortunately, I just kind of have to trust you guys. Because, like, obviously I swear too. Shit, fuck, damn it! So I don't want to, like, say you guys can't swear just because it's a language I don't know, but I also just need you guys to... I need to trust you guys on it, okay? It's because it's the same in Italian and similar in Spanish. Those I've heard before! I know not to say those. Pancake back! Hello, welcome back! Beep beep, Uber Eats is here to deliver your pancakes. Italian Portuguese share a lot of words. Okay. I feel like that definitely makes it easier learning if, like, they have, like, a similar base. I say that as if I've ever been able to learn another language. My brain just really struggles. I took French for, like, 6 years. Can't wait for almost 2 years. Ooh! I'm so sorry. I've lived in such an areas before. I don't anymore. If we got 2 feet of snow where I live now, it would be one of the biggest like weather mysteries next to that time when a bunch of unknown meat fell down on a Midwestern town. In New Jersey, okay. I mean, that you're gonna get some snow there. That's Jersey. You're right by the water. The phonetical approach of Italian Portuguese is very similar on vowels. Oh, that's nifty. You getting hit hard as well as New York? Yep. I know about New York, particularly, because that's where the family's back at. I get pictures from of the yard from my papa. And it's like, damn! I haven't seen that in years. It seems like everyone's okay. Just cold. I'm pretty sure New Jersey has the worst of it based off the weather map. Damn, I'm so sorry. Stay toasty. You getting blizzard warnings? So jeez. Might want to get some bottled water or something, because at least back in my hometown, there was always the chance that the pipes would freeze. So it's good to have water outside of that. Okay, I don't live anywhere even close to snow. Of course, I don't know why I'm feeling like I have to give you tips. You've lived where you lived. You know how to take care of yourself. On a bottle of water and we heat the house off of wood. Hell yeah! You're gonna be fine. The house I grew up in was also did heating through a wood stove. The headache almost went away, but then I bonked my head on the corner. Oh, baby! I'm so sorry. Advil saves lives. Hey, that's what I took earlier for my headache. Well, technically I had ibuprofen, but we have both in the medicine cabinet. My hands are getting sloppy. Or urbexing? Is that like urban exploring? I think that's what that's short for, but I'm not sure. Also, be careful if it's cold, you know? I'm a witch! I'm a wizard! Huge band. Ooh! Did you meet any ghosts? I hope not. You know what? That's probably the best. I don't know if I did, but I hope I didn't. Black mold. Oh! You know, some could argue scarier than a ghost. Did the mold tell you to do things? Did it whisper sweet secrets of the universe to you? Respectfully broke it. I mean, if it's abandoned. Unscrew the barricade? Oh! You were very determined to get in there, huh? Gotta be respectful. Yeah, otherwise ghosts get you. There's a church too, so I wanted to... Yeah, oh my gosh, so it was like... Was it a mansion first or a church first? That must have been really pretty. Like if it was an older style church or mansion. I have a vision in my head, and I'm like, oh, mansion, then church. Interesting. It's always interesting when they make, like, the conversion. But, like, you could always tell kind of in the architecture which one it was first. Half burnt down, but it was amazing. Cool. That's a very pretty church. Is missing. Nice. Them Catholics knew how to... Them Catholics knew how to... Like, what's the word? Venerate God. Is that what server? Oh, wait. Oops. Thank you, Tatsunoko. Yes, we do have a Discord server. And I got socials. Just make sure you don't accidentally post any personal information with your pictures, okay? I'm sure you won't, but it's, you know, be safe on the internet. Also, maybe I should say, like, I feel like you guys already know this, but because just of policy changes that have been happening on Discord, I will never ask for your, like, personal information, like, verification, license, or whatever. I will never ask that, and no mods will ever ask for that, and whatever reason, if someone ever does, alert either me or another mod, because that's probably they've been hacked. But no one on our Discord should ever be asking for, like, your personal information, okay? I'm not putting my ID in, but I'm fine with my face. You should probably not be okay with your face for verification either. But I just want to restate that, like, no one from the Myobi Constellation should ever ask you for personal information, and please alert someone if they ever do. I'll never give my ID to anyone. Good job. Send only pictures without my face into the Discord. I'm gonna look at them real fast because I kind of want to see what this church mansion looked like. Oh, that just looks like a spooky video game in the first one. You know, it's not as bad of a shit. Okay, the burnt part definitely on the third one is definitely in bad shape. I take it back. Just seeing, like, those kind of cream-colored couches still being, like, intact and fine. It's like, wow, okay, it's not as in bad a shape. And then the burnt section's like, never mind, I lied. There's a kitchen, so wow. Odd. The kitchen wasn't the one that burned down. I gotta put eyes on the tentacles. Night Sky Patrol tomorrow. What if I got really emotional? I wish I could sing this song. The kitchen was on the other side of the mansion. I didn't take a picture of the biggest room, but it was full of random stuff. Interesting. I'm sure other people have also gone and left stuff and whatnot. Squatters definitely lived there, just weren't there when I was. Yeah, just seeing the inside of it, honestly, it looks like a really good place to, like, hunker down. No, that doesn't look right. Fresh drinks. I even saw a loaf of bread. Oh! Someone was hungry. Just some Vocaloid songs that really make me weepy. This is one of them. It's in the modernist church I mentioned. Oh! Oh! Well, that's nifty. I like how much it looks like waves. It's so blue. I love it. I always carry a pocket knife when urbexing. Never know when someone will try to attack you. Ooh. The scariest place I know from my country is Sanatorio Duran. It was a hospital created to treat oh! Yeah, it's always the places with, like, the saddest histories that are the most scary. There is something that gets left behind there. You know, like, whether you think it's, like, a spirit or just an energy, but places where people were fighting for their life so hard, you know? Places that involved a lot of death. Now it's like a scary part. That one was projected by Uchuchuu designed most of the buildings in Brazil and the UN headquarters. Oh! You know a lot of stuff. Is this also gonna just be like, well, it's just because I'm Brazilian that I know all this stuff? This eye's turning out wrong, but we're just gonna keep powering through. And a free day to visit an abandoned factory? Interesting. Watch to bed, good luck with— Thank you, Harry! Thank you so much for being here. I hope you sleep well. Probably not gonna go too much longer. But I'll see you later, okay? Sleep tight. Get good memes. I'm very much a Wikipedia at 3 a.m. person as well. That's fair. I can be, but it's really dependent on what rabbit hole I fall down. It depends what kind of insomnia I'm fighting. Because it can be really hard for me to get stuck in, like, the Wikipedia, like, rabbit hole. Unless, like, I'm researching something in particular. And then it's like, oh, well, now I gotta know all these little aspects about it. I just have friends who are architects. You have dope friends who are, like, have masters in, like, Tokugawa Shogunate era Japan, and you have friends who are architects. Sheesh! Yeah, Tatsunoko! This is also I'm on 4 monsters. Oh! That's too many! That's too many! Pancake pack! You didn't need to have a pack of monsters! Oh, poor thing. Please take care of yourself. A boring STEM people. Hey, I don't think it sounds as boring. I drink more in a day. Heart's a muscle trained till failure. No! What are you, haywire? Please don't do that. mean, my architecture career didn't even last a year. Hey, it still counts. How much knowledge that's very good for a conversation? I mean, I guess it just depends what you're talking about, you know? Like, what counts as good knowledge for your conversation? Because technically, depending on who you ask, I'm terrible to make conversation with. I'm boring and uninteresting. It all just depends on your audience, you know? You seem really fine to bounce off. Well, thank you. But see, that's the kind of thing. It just depends on your audience. Like, you guys seem to like me just jibber-jabbering about whatever. I'm talking about stuff and some of the things I do know. But, like, there's lots of times where people are just like... like, they're just not interested, you know? It's all just a matter of your audience. I've seen the light go out in people's eyes talking to me sometimes. I'm like, oh... To you, I'm really fucking boring. I am not interesting to you at all. Which is, like, fine. Everyone has their own interests. Talk about Sonic. I could. I'm not an amazing person. Well, that's the thing. I don't think most people are amazing to talk to, but I think everyone, to someone, is fun to talk to, you know? And that's all you need to be. Less oblate spheroid, more circle. I'm just a big nerd who's also interested in a bunch of normie shit, so I'm very easy to make conversation. And that's good. That's fine too. I have my interests in my weird little areas of knowledge. And sometimes that works with people, and sometimes they could care less. And that's just how it be. And to be big into sports was kind of out of character for the usual weeb public. Yeah, like, I wouldn't be able to really make much conversation with sports. Like, I used to do sports, but I don't do them anymore, and it wasn't even ever something I was super passionate about. And it's okay. But you know what? I bet there's sports lovers who love to talk to you. They're like, yeah, you get it! It's like, kind of, even with amongst, like, people you think that you have, like, a similar interest into, it can fracture you into more specifics. Like, I don't even talk about some of my anime opinions because, like, I know it's like, oh, well, this series is beloved, but I don't really care for it kind of thing. You know? It's all about your audience. Used to play football. I did used to play football. I also used to row. Shall we have a conversation topic you could just carry forever with any guy over 40? How to survive a conversation with someone who is 40. Sport. No, that's a tangent line. I don't want to do that. Fuck. Football America, like real, like soccer, how we would call soccer in America. We should name American football throwball. Honestly, it'd be less confusing. Carry egg. We would have more respect for it just on a naming level if it was something called something like that. Dude, there's no way we're finishing this today, as per usual, but... It's nice to draw. It's nice to draw. Whew, that was weird. To play a lot of football growing up. But does that come... That comes with a Latin American package? I'll take your word for it. Snoop! Uchuchuu! Hello! I feel like I only get to see you in fits and bursts nowadays. How are you? Played a lot of chess and badminton. I hate badminton's fun. I've never been like... I didn't play it as like a sport, but like anytime I've played badminton, badminton's fun. You get to see me in bits and bursts even though I moved to America. I should be around more often. Well, you're not. But that's okay. You have always been super crazy busy. And even the last time I talked to you, like a couple months ago, it sounded like you were still super crazy busy. So, don't worry about it. I'm not as crazy. Ah! Maybe if you tell us what you've been up to lately, and then we can be the judge of that. Oh. Uh-oh. I itched my face, but whoops, didn't mean for that to happen. Turn back around. I itched my face, but now it feels... I think there's blood on my hand? Oh, I'm bleeding! I think I scratched like a bug bite or something. Hold on. The top overkill listener on shelf. I don't know what that you just said to me. I'm so sorry. Top overkill listener on shelf. Hold on. I got a tissue. I didn't even realize there was a bug bite there. I mean, I guess that's why I was itchy. I got married in September. And I heard about waiting to start work either this year or next year. Move back to the States. Not moved. Moved to the States, opening a bank account. Honestly, that is less stuff than you usually got up to. You're usually like, I'm working 2 jobs, and I'm doing this, that, and the other thing, and I'm volunteering here. And it's like, damn! Sleep, maybe? Shelf is an app that tracks stats for different apps, like Spotify. Oh, okay. South American Football Cup, the Eternal Glory. Oh, that's awesome. How much does, your country love this sport? The Eternal Glory is the name of the... Okay, that's... Yeah. Overkill's a threat. Ah! So it works, I should be able to get my own... You got married before you got your own place? You're allowed to do that? I mean, obviously you're allowed to do whatever you want forever, but I just... Choo-choo-choo. Wait, staying with the wife's parents. I see. I get my income tax adjusted. Ah, okay. Just really scratch this. It's bleeding a lot more than I thought. That'd be weird. Of the parts of my body that are fleshy. Goodness. Fun fact about Australian tax, if you don't make around 12 to 15k American dollars tax, you get all that money back. Oh! I gotta look at some of my paperwork. I don't know. According to the government, I've fallen so far between the cracks that they don't really bother me much about anything. Never been so turbo broke for such a long period of time that... Honestly, at this point, your government wishes you would just kick the bucket and make their job easier. Second worst state for taxes? Okay, I think it's done bleeding. Goodness. 22 and 3 months. Where did that go? That's insane! What?! Get older! 22's too young, get older! I also call it La Bendita as a meme due to how much chaos has it. It means the blessed. I don't know, that's fun. It's just fun when something's loved so much. Coming from when I first heard, yeah. It's a long time. Five players got red cards. Whoa! In a game and someone broke a leg. Classic La Bendita. Damn. Oops, nope. Bitches hate me for the eyes on my tentacles. I don't know why I said that. So looks like as my team is back out, congratulations! I hope no one gets really horribly injured. I think this is a better way to do it. Even when I played sports, I didn't watch sports. I didn't have, like, a favorite team or anything like that. I just played sports. I just played soccer. The Calico Cat Cafe being made, like, 45... That's awesome! I wish we had a cat cafe around me. I mean, we got a lot of stuff, so I'm not gonna complain too much, but, like, damn, cat cafes are great! I want to visit so bad. I mean, if it's only 45 minutes away. That's doable, isn't it? I ain't the one paying for gas. Don't got a car yet. Oh, fair enough. Also, now that I'm, like, drawing this, I'm like, oh, wait, I have 1 billion ideas for other yume drawings. Because I'm a crazy person, apparently! Well, I am an Eldritch Horror. I don't want to feed my own delusions too much, you know? What if I go crazy? Draw a pack of pancakes? Just... Well, this is more like a stack, ain't it? And butter pat. That looks weird. On a Colombian VTuber at random one of these days and correctly guessed that they were millionarios. That just shows how well you know your stuff, you know? No, see, no, that's too high up. Just have a way to them. I get that. I can... Like, I can tell, like, who someone's favorite character is in, like, franchises, because it's just, like, this is appealing to, like, this certain personality type of people. I know I don't watch... I'm very honored you came to say hi to me in my face. I hope I'm worth, well, rather than I hope I'm worth your time, I should say thank you very much. Juan Pablo Vargas, he came from the local team. Oh! It's interesting. I think it's just because it's a matter of, like, actively doing something and then, or passively watching something, is that except for my Oshi, it's very difficult for me to sit and watch streams, which I've loved VTubers since before my Oshi, you know, but I mostly got through clips and compilations and things like that. For some reason, I mean, for some reason, it's probably the space brain. It's really hard for me to sit down and just watch a stream otherwise. Like, you have a particular power about you if you manage to make me focus that long. But, like, doing it myself is, like, no big problem because, like, it's something I'm more actively partaking in, you know? That came from my city town is property taxes. I can watch stuff for, like, 5 minutes, but I can't stay still at all. I have to be... No, absolutely. Like, everyone makes fun of, like, having, like... people these days, they're always on the second screen kind of thing, and it's like, it's not even a these days thing. I've always that functioned best having, like, a second screen dealy going on, you know? It's the space brain. Playing a Hoi 4? Hole 4? I don't know what that is. Like, I'm most comfortable, like, when I have 2 monitors. Like, it's like, oh, I can have a game going on one, and I can just listen to my stuff on the other, like videos and whatnot. Hoi 4, Hoi 4. You spell it out. Well, I think I'm gonna call it Hoi. Hoi! 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 Ahoy! Marine! Does that, like, actually stand for something? Tatsunoko snapped. Ahoy! Wait, hold on. I'm being called upon. Ahoy! Wait, 4 does stand for something? I'd imagine so, but like, why do you keep not telling me? What's it stand for? Silly Billy? Heaven or insecticide? Hearts of I. Oh! I think I remember you talking about that. And I had to check it out. Yes. Because we were talking about mecha games. I really gotta make a proper list of stuff to check out. My memory not too good on its own. Might finish up stream soon, though. I know everything's getting low on battery, but also the need to consume food is arising. And I must heed its call. Okay, well, thank you. I feel like, I could still hang out, but I gotta listen to my body when it tells me things. What? I've been doing it. Thank you! Yeah, I'll probably work on this off stream. If I post it anywhere, it's gonna be on Discord. Ugh, I gotta stretch. I'm all shrimped up. Actually, I haven't been paying attention. Oh, almost 5 hours. Goodness. Blue sky. Yeah, but this one's kind of embarrassing. This one's kind of embarrassing. Well, I should stop the music. Okay. I didn't realize we had been here for almost 5. Well, I guess that makes sense. It's dark outside. I'm looking out my window. Whew. It was light when I started. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and just letting me be cringe. And he is also not. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. I mean, he already probably knows how pathetically attached I am to him, but I feel like if I give too much of concrete evidence, then he won't want to play with me anymore, you know? Or maybe I'm just in my head. Yeah, Pancake Pack, yeah, thank you. I'm gonna find someone for you guys to raid into, to send the party to. If anyone I follow is going right now. Why are you blowing me up? Take those worms away. It's probably in your head. You guys, I mean, how would you feel about, like, someone who's your fan, who's just, like, very emotionally attached to you? Like, I don't know. I try to think about from a external point of view, you know? It'll be fine. Hey. My anime profile picture, I guess? Wait, what? Hold on. We got a couple people to choose from. Oh, where do I want to send you? Where do I want to send you? Oh, you know what? It looks like Sid Calico's doing a 4K push. So I'll give you guys a chance to get to know them. Looks like they're watching something. I'm gonna start the raid there. Give them an Uchuchuu when you get there. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Gotta touch the screen so it doesn't go all weird. See ya. I'll see you later, everybody. I really appreciate you guys hanging out and talking with me so much. It makes me very happy. I'm gonna send us over to our end credits. I won't see you tomorrow, but I should have the schedule out properly tomorrow. Don't forget to join the Discord if you haven't already, or follow me on Blue Sky or Twitter so you can keep up to date on the schedule and all my random little thoughts. You can do that with either !Discord or !Socials. I hope you take care of yourselves today. I hope... Oh, has the music been really loud? Oh, no. I'm sorry. I hope you take care of yourselves today, and I hope you get to eat something yummy, and I hope that you know that I love you, and I'll see you later. You're my stars. I feel like I was building up to something more, but I just kind of petered out. I love you guys. I'll see you later. Thank you so much for today. Take care. Goodbye. Bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye.